Ladies and gentlemen, I think we should get started. We could end up running a little bit long, so we'll get started. We're going to talk in a few moments about how we're going to manage this with the number of people that we have here and how long this case is going to take. So let's get through a little bit of the mechanics of getting the meeting started, and then we'll come back and talk about that. Before we do so, I want to thank all of you for showing up. It is always a great help when folks from the public come out and provide their input. So thank you so much. I know for some of you the weather was less than accommodating. So thank you so much for joining us. Okay. Okay, it is now 6:30 in the evening on this 18th of January 2024, and time for the Stevens Canyon County Planning and Zoning meeting. My name is Rob Sturgill, and I'm the chairman for tonight's hearing. Will the recording secretary please call roll of the members of the Commission and Development Services Department staff?
Commissioner Dorsey,
Present.
Commissioner Matthews,
Present.
Commissioner Neville,
Present.
Commissioner Williamson,
Here.
Commissioner Villafana,
Present.
Commissioner Sheets,
Here.
Chairman Sturgill,
Here.
Director of Development Services Sabrina Mitchell. Present. Planning Supervisor Carl Anderson.
Here.
Principal Planner Michelle Barron. Here. Principal Planner Debbie Root.
Present.
Principal Planner Heather Hill.
Here.
Hearing Specialist Amber Luter here. Chairman, based upon the roll call, you do have a quorum. Please proceed.
Thank you. Would you please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This is the date and time lawfully noticed for hearing scheduled before the Canyon County Planning and Zoning Commission. A quorum of the Canyon County Planning and Zoning Commission is present to hear the scheduled agenda. Please silence your cell phones. Will the Commission Secretary please read the testimony guidelines?
It is the Commission's intent to allow all applicants and those individuals signed up to testify either in support of or in opposition to the case the opportunity to do so within reason. Due to the number of applications, this can only be accomplished by setting standards in terms of time limitations. As follows are the procedures you must follow under the Canyon County Code of Ordinances 07-05-03. Everyone who plans to testify on any matter before this commission should have signed the witness list listed on the table near the main entrance. If you have not signed in or want to testify, please sign in now on the appropriate case sheet. The applicant who requested the hearing or the representative will testify first, since the applicant has burden of proof. This person will be given 10 minutes to testify. Ordinarily, witnesses will be called in the order in which each signed the list, unless the witness designates a representative. Then that person will testify first. After all testimony is concluded in favor of the applicant, the witnesses who have signed to testify in neutral or in opposition will be called, and each will be given 3 minutes to speak. When all testimony is concluded, the applicant will be permitted 5 minutes for rebuttal testimony. The Planning and Zoning Commission may make exceptions for unique and unusual circumstances and compensation. The public hearing portion of the meeting may adjourn no later than 11 p.m., and any portion of the case not heard will be continued to a new date. In the event the commission elects to begin testimony on a case and it is not completed by 11 p.m., all testimony will be heard, with the commission having the option to render a decision at a future date. It is unreasonable to expect decisions to be made on court issues at late hours, and it is our hope that all individuals testifying will be respectful of those waiting to have their applications heard. The commission requires that all testimony, questions, and answers to those questions be given from the lectern. Please speak directly into the microphone. This is necessary in order for us to obtain the audio recording, which is the record required by law. If you refer to an exhibit or computer projection, use specific verbal descriptions such as exhibit number, location, or direction, so that a transcript can be made for review if necessary by the Board of County Commissioners and/or the district judge or the items in court.
Thank you. Before we begin taking testimony, I will administer the oath or affirmation to the members of the commission and staff. Recognizing that the law of Idaho prohibits perjury, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. The director is appointed sergeant at arms for tonight's hearing. Her job will be to maintain order by restricting inappropriate discussion, monitoring the allotted time, and regulating any disorderly conduct. Staff, are there any changes to this evening's published agenda?
No, Mr. Chair, you do have the request about continuance.
Got it, thank you. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the process here. First of all, we've done this a bit in the past, but this is the first time we've done this for several years. This hearing is being broadcast over YouTube. So for folks that either are not present or for one reason or another have to leave, you can go to the county website, the land use hearing page, and there's a link to be able to watch this live as well. Second, we have a letter from the applicant for the second case, which is the Farmington Hills case. And I understand based upon the sign-in sheets that that's where the majority of the public interest is, to have the case tabled for a later time due to the fact that one of the applicants is unable to attend this evening. We also have had some requests from the public to defer the case because of the weather and concern that some people might not be able to be here for tonight's hearing. I'm guessing that most of you were able to get here. But that's the consideration. And so I'm going to, the commission here has the letter from the applicant requesting a table or a continuance. I'm going to just make one additional comment, and then I will open to the commission for comments on how we handle this evening. Given the number of people here, if there's a high percentage of people who wish to testify, there's good reason to believe that this case could extend beyond this evening's hearing. And so there is the possibility that we may end up having two hearings just to get all the testimony. Having said that, who would like to comment or move based upon the motion or the letter from the applicant?
Mr. Chair,
Director.
sorry, Mike, go back here. Hello. Would you mind reading that letter into the record, just since the public hasn't heard or seen it? If we read it into the record, then it'll be on the public venue and folks know what that letter says.
I'm going to delegate that to the secretary.
The secretary, I'm sure Mr. Roller would love to do.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman. Yes. All right. This is a letter sent in from Farmington Hills requesting the table. It says, "Dear Planning and Zoning Commission," and I should stop and say that it's dated today's date, January 18th, received, but it was received today. "Dear Planning and Zoning Commission, we respectfully request the tabling of the scheduled hearing to a date certain, citing unforeseen circumstances involving the sudden illness of our designated representative for this application. First, we want to acknowledge and appreciate the time invested by the staff, commissioners, and the public throughout this process and in joining us for this hearing. Regrettably, at noon today, we were informed that the representative presenting is very ill and can't physically and mentally present tonight. As indicated in the published staff report, this application has undergone a 2-year review within both the office and the community. Considering this extensive timeline, we are committed to delivering a presentation of the utmost quality and accuracy. Our representative has played a substantial role throughout the process, contributing to various facets of the case that others may not be familiar with. We firmly believe that it is in the best interest to ensure the presence of individuals with the most comprehensive internal knowledge of the project, as our representative has been intricately involved in its various aspects. Again, we want to emphasize their commitment to this hearing process, having dedicated 2 years to preparations to ensure readiness for today's presentation. We kindly seek your understanding and approval to table this hearing to a date certain, given these unforeseen and unfortunate circumstances. We assure you of our continued dedication to this matter and appreciate your consideration. Thank you, Becky Zakiri, Survey Incorporated.
Thank you very much. So once again, I'll ask for comments from the commission.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Neville.
Mr. Chairman, I actually have a question on, if I need to get some answers from the applicant's rep, whoever is the acting applicant's rep tonight, can we do that without moving into the case?
I believe we would have to start the case in order to get the applicant out.
So, does that mean that we really should be moving through the agenda as it's presented, and then when it comes time for this case, we would then consider this at that time?
The reason I thought we would discuss this as we cover the agenda is that if the commission elected to table this case, it wouldn't be fair to have these people sit here for 45 minutes to an hour to do the first case before we got to it. That's why I think we should at least consider the issue of tabling it right now.
I'm not sure that I'm comfortable without getting some answers on who is here that could represent the applicant, so we don't have to table it. But, so I'd like to hear from the commissioners.
Commissioner Sheets? Sure.
Mr. Chair, to answer some of those kind of questions, I think that we can open the case and definitely discuss it. I mean, there's no procedural bar for us tabling it at any time. But my second point is that I think that we have the information that we need. We're going to staff report. More likely than not, this is going to spill over into another date certain. So I'm comfortable with moving forward tonight.
Anyone else care to weigh in? Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Williamson?
I guess maybe this would be a question more for staff. What would, if we were to table this, I'm looking at the kind of the schedule that you give to us to kind of see what's going on in the future, and it looks like the first available date was either going to be March 7th or at the end of February 15th scheduled date. And so I'm just curious if staff has an idea of which date this might possibly be tabled to if we do decide to go that route.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if you are to either table it, which essentially is you would be continuing it to a date certain, whether you hear testimony tonight and continue it, or you choose not to hear testimony and continue it, it would be to March 7th. So the other hearings are already full with 2 or 3 hearings. March 7th, we do have 1 case that is ready, but March 7th would be the next available date.
So I kind of want to get this resolved so we get moving with this evening's hearing. Our options are either to table the second case to March 7th. We can continue, we can move through the agenda and pick up the case, which will be agenda item 2B, probably starting in 45 minutes to an hour. Or we could, or that, and that allows us, if we were to choose that second path to move through the agenda, to continue at any point in time, either because the applicant's representative would join us at a second hearing, or because we don't have enough time for all the testimony that would be presented this evening. So I'm going to pause and ask, is there a motion to table? Okay, then we're going to move forward with the agenda. Would the Commission Secretary please read the first item on our agenda?
First item on the agenda, action item, old business action item number 1A, case number SD 2020-0023, Kelly Ridge, approved revised FCOs.
Thank you. And so those have been distributed. If there's, is there any comment or concerns based on what we've seen for those revised FCOs? If not, is there a motion to approve? Chairman, Commissioner Neville.
Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, I've reviewed the Kelly Ridge FCOs. I find that they're correct as they've been presented, so I move that we approve the FCOs for SD 2020-0023.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. So a motion by Commissioner Neville, second by Commissioner Sheets, that we approve the FCOs for the aforementioned case. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Commission Secretary, please read the next item on the agenda.
Old business action item number 1B, case number CU 2023-0014, George, approved revised FCOs.
Again, similarly, those have been distributed. Any comments or a motion to approve? Commissioner Matthews?
Chairman, that's where we have FCOs from that case, I know there, so it's
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. There's a motion by Commissioner Matthews and second by Commissioner Williamson that we approve the revised FCOs for the aforementioned case. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion
Chairman.
passes. Commissioner Neville.
I'm gonna have to abstain. I did not receive these in the mail, and I don't look at them online, so I won't be able to
Abstain.
abstain.
Once again, I'll call all those in favor of approving.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the motion does pass. Thank you. The Commission Secretary, please read the next item on our agenda. Thank you. Before we begin taking testimony, is there any member of the commission who, for reasons of a conflict of interest, requests to be excused from participating in this first item?
No.
Is there any declarations pertaining to this request in meetings such as site reviews or conversations outside of the hearing?
No.
Okay, thank you. We'll now begin taking evidence by calling Development Services staff as the first witness to present the staff summary and any late exhibits.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Today, I'm here to present case number CU 2023-0002. It does have an APL on the end of it. I will explain that in a moment. For a conditional use permit on parcel R306-24010 for a staging area. The case, the conditional use permit case was originally heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission on June 15, 2023. FCOs were signed on July 6, 2023 for the denial of this case. An appeal was filed within the 15 calendar days of the date of the FCOs and were signed in accordance with Canyon County Zoning Ordinance 070505. The appellant is submitted the appeal on the basis that the decision was not supported by substantial evidence and the applicant was not provided a fair hearing process. Details of the appeal can be found in Exhibits B and C, including the applicant's appeal letter and proposed conditions. The appellant, Elizabeth Allen and Juan Carlos, I'm sorry, I'm probably going to say it wrong, Nieves, they appealed the Planning and Zoning Commissioner's denial of the case. On September 21st, 2024, the Board of County Commissioners remanded the appeal case back to the Planning and Zoning Commission to more fully flesh out the possible conditions and more fully consider the evidence, and that's seen in Exhibit 2. So this is kind of an unusual case in that it was a decision that was made through the Planning and Zoning. There's always an appeal option for anybody involved, either the person that had applied originally or anybody that was impacted. So they went through that process. During that process, part of the appeal paperwork mentioned that there was not, the conditions were not discussed fully at the hearing, and there wasn't any, typically the commission would give a recommended avenue for a possible future approval, and that wasn't given during that time. So the Board of County Commissioners felt like it should come back to you guys so you could more, work through those conditions and see if there is a way to mitigate any concerns that there were. There has been some updated information and some recommended additions to the original conditions that were proposed that you had seen that were requested during the appeal process, and those still hold for this application today. Do you have any questions on that?
Are you done with your presentation?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to keep going. I just want to make sure we're all in understanding why you're saying it again.
Got it. Please continue.
Okay. There are 8 questions that the Commission must find adequate evidence to answer in order to approve a conditional use permit. These 8 questions can be found in Canyon County Zoning Ordinance, Section 070705. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit for a staging area to allow this property to be utilized for their excavation business. This request is to bring the property back into compliance after a code enforcement issue for storing the materials for the business without a conditional use permit. The hours of operation requested are Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. through 8 p.m. The property will be utilized for storage of materials and equipment, but no work being conducted on site. There is adequate parking for the off-site employees who will utilize a company vehicle. There are several types of equipment that will be gone over during the applicant's presentation. There's also materials that are needed for the job sites that are housed there as well. The applicant has stated that often materials and equipment are left at the job site and employees can take home company trucks. A condition berm or privacy fence or a combination of is going to be required, one of the conditions to be installed along Robinson Road to help buffer that. The subject property is located at 80 South Robinson Road, Nampa, on parcel R30624-010. This parcel was created in 2002 with a property boundary adjustment done in 2015 to create the formation that the parcel is currently in, as seen in the slide. There is currently an open code enforcement case on this property for the storing of materials for their business without a conditional use permit. This conditional use permit is the correct avenue to take and to come back in compliance with the county. Site photos were taken on May 30th, 2023, around 2:30 in the afternoon. Image 1 was taken at the western boundary of the property at the entrance off of Robinson Road. Image 2 was taken from the center of the property facing west towards the entrance of Robinson Road. Image 3 was taken on the western property line at the entrance to the property, looking north at Robinson Road. Image 4 was taken on the western property line at the entrance of the property, looking south down Robinson Road. Image 5 was taken in the center of the property, looking east to where some of the trucks and machinery are parked. The residence is located in the very back that is not part of the staging area. Image 6 was taken from the center of the property looking southeast onto the neighboring property. Image 7 was taken looking directly south onto the neighboring property. Image 8 was taken along the northern boundary of the property facing east. Image 9 was also taken along the northern boundary of the property facing west. The future land use designation in the Canyon County 2030 comprehensive plan is agricultural. Staging area is an allowed use with an approved conditional use permit in this zone. This property is located within the city of Nampa's area of city impact. The future land use designation for the city is low density residential. According to Canyon County Code, section 091117, Canyon County's comprehensive plan has jurisdiction within Nampa's area of city impact. Canyon County shall give consideration to the city's comprehensive plan map designations when evaluating development requests within the Nampa area city impact. Canyon County's comprehensive plan designates the future land use of the area as agricultural. As a condition of approval, the applicant has proposed the use of the staging area shall terminate at such time that Nampa city limits are touching the subject property on two sides. The proposed plan aligns with 7 goals and 10 policies stated within the 2030 comprehensive plan. All affected agencies were notified on December 6, 2023, and the following agencies replied. Prior to the first planning and zoning hearing, there was a letter from the city of Nampa and Nampa Highway District. For the appeal, there were no additional agency comments, but then prior to this P&Z hearing, Nampa Fire District and Idaho Transportation Department had comments. All neighboring property owners within 600 feet of the property were notified prior to the conditional use permit hearing and prior to the appeal hearing, and then also again prior to this conditional use permit hearing. Before the first hearing, there were 2 comments submitted by Barbara Harris and 1 submitted by Tammy Schuler. Prior to the appeal hearing, there were 3 comments submitted by Barbara Harris and 1 submitted by Harry Robinson. Prior to this hearing, Barbara Harris submitted 3 emails and a letter. There are 11 recommended conditions of approval for this conditional use permit that can be viewed in Exhibit B. The commission has 3 decision options regarding this conditional use permit. You can approve the conditional use permit as conditioned or amended. You can deny the conditional use permit and direct staff to make findings of fact to support this decision, or continue the discussion and request additional information on specific items. So again, bringing it back to the hearing criteria for a conditional use permit, there are 8 questions that must find adequate evidence to answer in order to approve a conditional use permit. That's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions for me.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Neville?
Thank you, Chairman. So could you go back to your very first slide in the presentation?
The summary?
Right. So the 4th bullet point says September 21st, 2024, which hasn't occurred yet. So
That would be, I've been trying really hard to remember it's 2024, and I definitely missed. It was in the future.
Another question, Commissioner?
No, I'll wait for that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, actually, I do have a question for you, because and the relevance for this is, the county received a letter on December 29th of 2023, Exhibit 5, Attachment D, with additional photos showing activity on the site, 3 of which seem to indicate active work. And yet, during your presentation, you indicated for a staging area that no work can be conducted on site. So can you amplify your comments on what work can and cannot be performed on site if it's a staging CUP?
So, Mr. Chair, I believe the images that you are referring to are them loading supplies into their dump truck. Is it of the dirt being loaded into the truck?
Loaders and trucks.
Correct. So that's considered part of their supplies. And the activity seen there is just loading of the trucks, which falls within the staging area boundaries.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay, let's move ahead to public testimony. As we often do, I'm going to read the list of names signed up to testify. Is there anyone who wishes to testify on this first case that has not had the chance to sign in yet? Okay, I will read the names. If you wish to testify, please stand and remain standing. I'll swear everyone in at once. Elizabeth Allen, I see you there. Juan Carlos Nieves, thank you, sir. Bill Warehouse, who did not wish to testify. Barbara Harris wished to testify. Thank you. And then Harry Robinson wished to testify. Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else I missed? Okay, if all of you would please raise your right hand. Recognizing that the law of Idaho prohibits perjury, you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Allen, if you'd like to join us. Good to see you again.
Crazy turnout here.
Yes. Unfortunately, not all for you.
The receipts for turnout was on 1330 Williams Lane, Idaho 83686.
You've got 10 minutes, please go ahead.
And I believe Michelle's bringing up the PowerPoint. Can I hold the time until she brings that up?
I suppose.
Sorry. I wasn't prepared.
Thank you. Thank you. So before you this evening, we are requesting approval of a conditional use permit for a staging area in an agricultural zone. Next slide. So the request is made by JC Excavation. The owner is Juan Carlos Nieves. He has an Idaho registered business since 2017. And they provide high quality services in construction to sites around the valley, much needed service to support the growth that's going on and to assist property owners. Next slide. So to talk about the staging area, so there's some images I'm going to go through, and the staging area is for the storage of equipment and materials. This includes 2 bulldozers, excavators, skid steers, a loader, dump trucks, trailers, flatbed trailers, pickup trucks, hydraulic hammers, equipment buckets, and dirt storage. All work is conducted off-site, so there you will see some images in your staff report of equipment on site moving dirt. In order to get the materials to the site, you have to use the equipment. And then it's at the same time to take the materials off the site, you have to use the equipment. That's the only way to get it there, so it doesn't stay there forever. Okay, so the image on the left is the storage for equipment. And one thing I want you to pay attention to is not all of the equipment moves, so it's not going to be traveling on the roadways like the hydraulic hammers, equipment buckets. They're not all moving, they have to be transferred. And the image on the right is a parking area. Next slide. So the image on the left is on the front of the site. That's where the dirt and other materials are stored. And it doesn't stay there forever. That's why the dirt is transferred off-site. And the image on the right is the access. Next slide. And so here's the site plan. I'll kind of touch on the conditions right now, but I'll go into more details in following slides. So this is the aerial image. Now the yellow is on the back end is the equipment staging, then the blue is employee parking. That little building you see is where employees clock in and clock out. And then the orange is material staging in the front. And then we're proposing a site screen fence along the northern boundary. You can see that in gray. And then the berm with a site screen fence up along Robinson Road.
Please continue.
Okay, so I covered the site. Next slide. So talking about the CUP, the history, staff reading over it, but there was an April meeting held on February 9th. The application was submitted for the staging area, and the definition of a staging area in code is an area where equipment and materials are stored for use conducted entirely off-site, which the applicant is in line with. On June 15th is when you had your hearing. Staff recommended approval with conditions, and then it was denied with changes to 4 and 7 and then area of city impact language. We filed the appeal after the FCOs were signed, and then it went to the board on September 21st, 2023, where they remanded it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Next slide. So I'll go over the analysis. I'm only going to focus on 4, 7, and the area of city impact. I did do a full analysis in our application if you want to go through the other criteria. So criteria 4 is, will the proposed use be injurious to other property in the immediate vicinity or negatively change the essential character of the area? And it won't, and I'll go over to evidence to support that. Next slide. So the character of the area, this is an aerial image. The site and the surrounding properties are zoned agriculture with a future land use destination of agriculture. As you see on the image, it's primarily farmland. There's some residential uses, and there are also similar uses to a staging area that I'll go over shortly. And then the property immediately to the south was farmed this year, and many of the properties in the general area. And you can also see in this image where other properties have stored materials and various items on their property. And next slide. So expand on the character of the area. As I mentioned, there are staging areas that are already approved in the area, as well as staging areas for businesses that have not gone through the conditional use permit process. So this top image on the right, that is a staging area for Idaho Backhoe, and it's 2,000 feet to the south. And this one has not gone through a CUP process, but they do actively have a staging area on their property. At the bottom left is Elliott Scott Earthmoving, and that's immediately to the south. And it was approved through a conditional use permit And they don't have a lot of equipment on their property right now, but since they do still use it, they could at any time go back and have more equipment on their site. And then the bottom right is New Life Landscaping. They use similar equipment as JC Excavation for storing, but for their business, it's allowed outright, even though it's the same staging, they store materials, equipment. In the image you can see in the distance, there's rocks and other materials. Next slide. So this is just an example of area. So you're in a rural area, so this is common to what you see. So many properties store equipment on their property. As you see on the image on the left, it's taken just south of the property. And it's just a normal property. It's not a staging area, but it still has a lot of storage. And the image on the right is the property immediately to the north. So there's trailers, a bunch of different items. It has been cleaned up a little bit, but it still has a lot of trailers and other stuff that are still located. And this was taken last summer. Next slide. Here are a few more images of that site to the north that has unmitigated storage. Next slide. Going further into the character of the area, I mentioned it was agricultural and rural residential. There is a concentrated animal feeding operation located within the vicinity of the site. So there's agriculture where there's smells, dust, and just the other things that go on in rural areas. And then a lot of the farming properties use the same equipment that's used by JC Excavation. And the image on the left is taken just north on the west side of Robinson. Next slide. So I'll go over criteria 7. Will there be undue interference with existing or future traffic patterns? There won't. There's been no evidence to provide that traffic would be impacted, but there has been evidence indicating that it won't be impacted by this use. I'll go into more detail. Next slide. So the Highway District responded to comments that there are no concerns. Page apron, which the applicant has agreed to do, should it be approved, and that no traffic impact study is required. So a traffic impact study is only required if it meets the threshold of where traffic could be impacted. And that's triggered by 50 peak hour trips, which this use doesn't trigger. So an example of a use that would trigger that much traffic would be residential, so it's 10 average daily trips per dwelling unit. So when you calculate that up in a subdivision, it's going to have a larger impact than a staging area where half the equipment doesn't even move on site. Next slide. And finally, I'll talk about the Nampa Area City Impact. So we're almost a mile from Nampa Area City Impact, city limits. So you see the site in white, and then in gray is city limits. So there's still quite a ways until it gets there. And by the time it does get there, it's probably not going to be feasible to have this operation there anyways. Next slide. So as staff mentioned, in the Area City Impact, the Canyon County Comprehensive Plan applies. I mentioned it's over 1 mile from the site is city limits. So we proposed a mitigation that the operation will cease to be operating once city limits hit 2 sides of the property. Next slide. So I did want to touch on at that first hearing, after public testimony was closed, there was a comment made that the commission felt like the use could be conditioned, but you didn't have time that night. And it was a late night, and I know how that is, because you get tired. So the applicant wasn't given an opportunity to fully flush through those conditions. And so we proposed conditions to consider. Next slide. So what we're proposing is a berm and site screened fence along Robinson Road, outside of public right-of-way easements, site triangles, and then the berm would be planted with landscaping to prevent erosion. The site screened fence would be installed along the northern line, adjacent to the area used for staging, as I showed in that image earlier. And then stockpiles of dust will be watered during movement to prevent dust. And then, as I mentioned, that dirt doesn't stay there permanently, so it doesn't keep growing. The use of the staging area will terminate at such time as Nampa city limits are touching the property on 2 sides. And that's in addition to what staff has proposed, and that my client is open to exploring more conditions to mitigate any concerns. Next slide. These are just some examples of what berms look like in the area. That bottom left one is actually one that's right down the street, so it'd be something similar to that, but with a site screen fence. So it would fully block the area of the staging. Next slide. So in conclusion, we provided evidence that the proposal will not change the character of the area. Traffic will not be impacted, and then we've added conditions to mitigate any concerns that are open to additional conditions. And all criteria have been met for approval. Next slide. And I'll stand for questions, and the presentation does include the neighborhood meeting if that's something you wanted to discuss. Otherwise, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Allen, so does the applicant own the parcel?
The applicant, sorry, through the chair, Commissioner, the applicant is not on the parcel, but the property owner has agreed to let him have the use and to the conditions that have been proposed. He couldn't make it to the hearing.
What do we have that shows that the owner is okay with, for instance, the approach apron and the berm and the fences, things that are going to require attention?
So we signed the document for the conditional use permit. I would have to defer to my client to go into more detail about the property owner.
Oh, okay. On one of the ones of documents that we have,
Yeah.
we have the property owner
Through the
signature.
chair, Commissioner, to submit an application, the property owner has to give authorization. So he's aware, and my client has been,
I know he's aware of the conditional use permit, but I'm talking about the conditions, like things like the berm and the fence.
Commissioner, he is, and I'll let my client expand on that.
Okay. So in your presentation, you talked about the statement that I made that it was late. We should not be asked to craft conditions at that time of night. It's hard for us to get the wording right. So I stand by that statement. This is a much better application. And so my question is, why didn't we see the best application the first time around?
Chairman, Commissioner, so what happens with these conditional use permits a lot of the time is it's just a property owner or business owner who is told, oh, you have to submit the CUP for the use, and they don't have the experience of a planner or an attorney or some other representative. They don't have the knowledge of planning and code, so we put together the best application that he could. He just didn't have the expertise on crafting conditions and a full analysis of the criteria.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess a couple questions I've got, Ms. Allen. I read, and I couldn't find which letter of opposition, but I believe one of the neighbors made a comment about wanting fencing on the southern boundary. Would that be something that the client would be okay with? You know, I do realize that there's a cost to that, but I know I read something about people were concerned about that.
Chairman, Commissioner, so we have discussed that, and he is open to putting a site screening fence along that southern boundary.
Okay. And then it looks like there's residents also on the subject property. Is that correct?
Chairman, Commissioner, yes. So there is a house on the eastern side, and that's actually a family member of the applicant.
Is there going to be any kind of fencing to separate the work area from the residential area?
Chairman, Commissioner, we're not proposing fencing there. I think there's a little bit of ways and some landscaping in between that, but I can let my client clarify.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure we're keeping things separate, and I wasn't sure of what kind of relationships or level of, you know, family or not, how that was, making sure that good separation of stuff. So I think, and I guess another question I have, but maybe your client would be better to answer that. That's a fairly long gravel driveway. How bad does the dust get on that, since there'd be hauling in stuff? It looked like in one of the images that you submitted, there was a section of the driveway that looked like what I call moon dust that I looked to haul through as a kid on a bike, so that it looked like I was going 100 miles an hour on a bike. So I can make a lot of dust. Is that something, I guess, what's the condition of that driveway?
Chairman Commissioner, so it is dirt, and then the apron that's required by the highway district will mitigate that onto Robinson. We could explore some mitigation. Well, it should be helped with the fencing, but to answer your question.
Yeah, that answer the question.
Other questions? Chairman, Mr. Matthews.
Ms. Allen, do you know how many pieces of equipment they have on the property that have backup warning beepers?
Chairman Commissioner, that's a great question. I would have to defer to my client.
Anything else? Okay, let's keep this moving. Commissioner Sheets.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've got two grounds for appeal here. You've got, you say it's not supported by substantial evidence, and you also say you got an unfair hearing. So in that unfair hearing part, the page 5, under section 2C, that references a statement that I made in a separate case relating to the city of Middleton, I believe. And I was looking through here, and I was looking through the minutes, and I didn't see anything related to the city of Minneapolis statements in here related to, that I may have made, related to this particular case. And so, help me understand how my statement in another case impacts this case.
Chairman Commissioner, so in the recording from last evening, there was a case in Middleton where you made that comment. And I didn't think that was you because it's
Doesn't
not,
say
right.
right, but it's in the report.
Right.
All right. You weren't expecting this to come back here, were you?
You never know. And Chairman Commissioner, if I put it in the record knowingly, knowing that the PNC would probably see it, and I take accountability of that.
All right. Just for the commission's clarity, that I did not contribute to an unfair hearing. And that is unfairly put in here, attributed to me, that it's irrelevant. And I will not be making my decision based upon that. I just wanted to clear the record for that piece of fact offered in this.
Mr. Sheets, in a quasi-judicial hearing, credibility is an important part of the consideration. In the case that was presented to the Board of County Commissioners, was it indicated that your comment was for a different case?
It was indicated in this that it was for a different case.
It was indicated. Did the Board of County Commissioners understand that your comment was not relevant to this case?
I don't know.
It was not indicated that Mr. Hernandez.
In the report, it was indicated for a different case, yes.
Chairman Commissioner, I apologize, and I understand what you're saying.
Any other questions? Okay, let's keep this moving. Thank you very much. We'll bring you back for rebuttal. Mr. Nueves? Welcome back, sir. If you could please start with your name and address for the record. You've got 3 minutes for testimony.
My name is Juan Carlos Nieves. My address is 3812 East Clear Springs Drive, Nampa. First of all, thanks for letting us be here, and good night to everybody. Well, you guys pretty much talk about pretty much everything. I just want to say that for the staging area, I'm willing to do any conditions that you guys need me to do, and just want to be clear about the house pretty much behind the staging area. It's like about 100 feet, I want to say, from my staging area towards the house. Plus the house has like 40 feet of yard that is fenced all around. Then there is another driveway and then another fence. So it's a lot of separation. So there is a shared driveway with them, and it's all gravel. But I'm like on summertime, it get a lot of, or not a lot of dust, because we're only on mornings we're there, you know, when when we warm up the trucks and then we go to work. So we won't really spend too much time there. We never do site work there besides the loading up trucks when we have to. It's not every day. It's, I want to say, it's once a week or sometimes twice a week, sometimes once a month. But yeah, we try to not to make too much noise every day. Other than that, I'm willing to put a fence on the south side, north side, west side, to prevent, again, the noises, the dust. Yes, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner
Sure.
Matthews?
Mr. Nieves, can you tell me how many pieces of equipment on the site have warning, backup warning features?
So we got 5 skid steers, 2 excavators, 2 dozers, but most of them are on the trailer, so we're not using them in the morning. It's like rarely when we use them in the morning.
The dozers.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they're always loaded on their trailer, right, ready to go out.
So the excavator, is that on the trailer also?
Yeah, the skid steers, trailers, yeah, pretty much everything.
So when you are loading, what are you using to load?
Excavator or a skid steer.
Okay. And how long does that take?
To load up a truck, it takes like 3 minutes.
Okay, how often during the day are trucks being loaded there?
Like I said, sometimes in the morning, and if we need to come back to get some more gravel up there, like after lunch or something, I mean, but we won't be there like for a long time.
Okay.
Other questions? Commissioner Williamson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michelle Barron, in one of her images, image number 9 in her presentation, there was some campers on there. And so I was just wondering, that's also something that was brought up in the letters of opposition. So I guess is that camper is that for the residential use and it just happens to be over where the equipment area is going to be? Is that something that will be moved?
So, Mr. Patrick, those campers are from my employees, but I can have them take them somewhere else.
Okay.
That's not a problem.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
And no one lives there on those camper trailers.
Commissioner Villafana?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nieves, thank you for being available for questions. I did want to ask you, seasonality. Like right now, it's winter, it's snowing, that sort of thing. How do those hours change? How early or how late are you there and that sort of thing?
Well, in winter time, it's the hardest part of the year because sometimes we don't really work. Like this week, we've been starting even later than 8 because of the cold weather. And sometimes we even get up earlier. We just don't work. We mostly work more on summertime.
Oh, okay. Okay, that answers my question on the seasonality.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So that concludes testimony in favor. We'll turn to testimony in opposition. Ms. Harris? Once again,
Well, you heard enough from me, right?
no, it's good. It's always good to see you. Thanks for coming. If you'd also please start with your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
My name is Barbara Harris, and in one of those pictures,
Address. Name and address.
I'm going to say 73 South Robinson Road, which you can see in one of those pictures. And I honest to God wish that this property looked like these pictures do. It doesn't. You can see the pictures that I've submitted look significantly different. And it's not unusual for trash to be on there. You can see different, I don't even know what that stuff is on the ground out there. Derelict trucks, there's some of them that I don't think have moved for 2 years or near 2 years. So I appreciate the pictures, but I think they give a little bit different view than the one seen from Robinson Road from my front window, which is about 150 feet from this property. So they don't look the same. I'll also take some time to talk about the fact that it is more than once or twice a week that these things are loaded. And yeah, you can ask any of my neighbors, the backup alarms are a pain in the butt. And the dust is bad. And these aren't small trucks, these are huge trucks and trailers. And so honestly, if he was just putting equipment on there, I would have really not any problem at all. But that's not the issue. It's the dust, it's the noise, and it's the huge trucks coming and going. And it isn't just once or twice. I will agree, in winter here, it's been less, but in summer, it's several days a week. And also they've been coming in 7, 8 o'clock at night. So just a little skew on what Mr. Nieves was saying. I also want to take issue with one of the things that was said about evidence of disruption or a denigration of the neighborhood. You got a picture that was taken on Thanksgiving morning through my front window. You think that isn't a little bit disruptive? And that happens more frequently than not. I also have 2 questions. One of them is, do you think that my property and the property of my neighbors, there are actually 7 homes that surround this. I'm sorry we have more than a couple acres that surround this property. Do you think that our property is worth more or less with an industrial business of this nature next door? Also, do you think that the quality of life that surrounds this property is better or worse with an excavation company, which has big trucks coming and going?
I don't mean to interrupt you, but that was 3 minutes.
That was my time. Well, I have one other, and I think this is important. So if you wouldn't mind giving me this time.
Very quickly.
I will say that I really don't give a darn what the highway district says, and maybe it's only 50 trucks, 50 things going back and forth, which is a lot, by the way, you're into your driveway. But it is the nature of the equipment that's going in and out, the size of the equipment that's going out, and the conduct of the drivers. My next door neighbor just recently had her dog killed.
Are you willing to stand for some questions?
Yes.
Are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Neville. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Ms. Harris. So we've been given basically a new application. It's got added conditions.
It's got, this is the 3rd applicant too, this is the 3rd time the applicant has changed.
So, what would you say the effect of the new proposed conditions, the things like the berm and the fences and terminating Manamba is contiguous, is that an improvement?
It is, and I will say that my husband is going to speak to that. He's a civil engineer and can say a lot better at that than I.
Okay, I'll wait if you would rather.
But I would like to make a comment that I have been in business for many years. And I know that a contract that has positive covenants, that does not have negative covenants, isn't enforceable. And I see a lot of covenants here about what they're gonna do, but nothing that says what they're not, what happens if they don't do it.
Well, they lose conditional use permit.
Well, they don't have a conditional use permit now, and they've been operating for 2 years. So, that doesn't seem to be a real deterrent.
Okay, so I have another question. If you testified about, the effect of the operations. Aren't there other similar operations?
No, there are not. There is nothing as busy, as loud, as dusty. Scott's got 3 trucks on his property, and he's had that conditional use for a long time, and those trucks seldom move in and out. And yes, he could decide any day to add 150 trucks, but he hasn't so far in the last 5 or 6 years.
Okay.
And the other one, I, honest to God, didn't even know there was a business back there because there's no backup alarms, there's no traffic, there's nothing that comes out.
Okay, thanks, ma'am.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Robinson? Michelle, did you put the criteria slide back up? I just don't, I want to focus our discussions around these criteria.
These are involved. Oh my God.
Thanks for joining us, Mr. Robinson. If you please start with your name and
Good
address.
evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Harry Robinson. I live at 73 South Robinson Road with my wife, Barbara Harris Robinson. I have over 50 years of heavy construction experience managing projects all over the United States from $2 million to $60 million, building bridges and rail stations and tunnels and you name it. I'm semi-retired and actually kind of disturbed about what's going on across the street. The activity at South Robinson Road, 80 South Robinson Road, in my opinion, is 50% junkyard and 50% working construction yard based on my observations and my 50 years of experience. To describe the activity as a staging area is beyond my comprehension. I would not ever say that. Your planning and zoning board made the right decision, and I thank you for that last summer. I reviewed the county board minutes in the appeal meeting. As I interpreted, their comments have directed you to make the wrong decision. That's how I interpret it. So I'm not going to waste my time trying to convince you to stop this use permit. What I want to do is talk about the conditions. I'm a registered professional engineer in several states, including the wonderful state of Idaho. My Idaho license number is P-13489. You can look me up. Talk about the earthen berm, 8 feet higher than the elevation of the roadway, I would suggest. The property is 2 feet lower than the pavement, and the berm should be constructed in 16-inch layers, compacted to 95% relative compaction, and each 16 layers going up to reduce settlement and erosion. Trees on the berm should be evergreen, at least 6 feet high after planted, and the trees should be planted on both sides of the berm such that they are staggered, and that the trees on the roadside visual through the other side blocks that, so you have a tree canopy you can't see through. The fence on the north side should be a minimum of 8 feet high and completely screen off the property. A chain link fence with slats won't be adequate. Posts on 8-foot centers will require a minimum of 6x6 treated posts or equal because of the 1,100 pounds of force on each post with the forces of wind in our community. Now, where do I get that? Well, I'm an engineer. 17 pounds per square foot on the fence. You have an 8-foot fence. It puts a lot of force on that. So you have two things, braking force and overturning force. I ran the numbers. 6x6 posts, upper rail, middle rail, bottom rail. The fence doesn't need legal.
Mr. Robinson, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's 3 minutes and I got a lot of people who want to testify at this evening.
Okay, can I do an ending?
Including thought. Please go ahead.
Correct. There should be a wheel-based wash station going out on the road. And other things, but I want to finally conclude that to assure that the required stuff that you guys are going to make them do, all improvements need to be installed, inspected, and approved before the use permit is installed. Otherwise, in 6 months, we will be right back here and discuss another appeal by J.C. Excavation while he continues to reduce our quality of life, disrupt our community, and violate the county rules and regulations with impunity. And I hope you listen to me.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Robertson, it sounds like if we do have the ability to say no again, by the way, but if we were to say yes with conditions, would you say that if we crafted the conditions so that they included your words, that it would be more of a mitigation?
Yes, I would work with you,
Okay. Thank you.
but I haven't gone through all the conditions.
Okay.
You want to hear the rest of them?
Okay, I have enough to make a decision. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Robinson, so one question that I had is in your letter, you kind of indicated that the definition that the county has for a staging area is vastly, and you even said in your testimony, vastly different. I was curious, where are you sourcing your definition of a staging area?
From my experience,
Is it US
50 years.
federal code, state code?
with the experiences and codes that I have done throughout the United States. When they call a staging area, I have to have a permit. When they call a project area, I have to have a different permit. When they call a project area, I have to have a different permit. That's where it comes from.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Ms. Allen, would you like to rebut? So if you'll once again start with your name and address, you have up to 5 minutes.
Elizabeth Allen, 1330 Williams Lane, Nampa, Idaho, 83666. So there's not much to, but I've gone over everything, all the evidence. The neighbors have been nothing but hostile towards my client, but that's not what we're discussing tonight. We're discussing the conditions for a conditional use permit. I did provide evidence from the neighborhood meeting that was provided to you. So for the pictures, you have multiple pictures from myself as well as from staff that was taken on different days at different angles by different people, and they show you the same thing. So of course, our pictures are going to look different than a picture taken from the living room across the street. We provided condition for site obscuring fence along all sides that we discussed. Staging area to the south, because Idaho Backhoe, they have a site obscuring fence by itself, which is why the neighbor didn't know it was there, because it does a good job at hiding a staging area. We proposed dust mitigation for the dirt piles, and the applicant is willing to explore additional dust mitigation, and the apron will help with that. And then others, as I mentioned, there's other staging areas in the area, as well as the landscaping business down on Amity in the corner that has the same equipment and storage materials. And then the agricultural uses generate more dust than what my client generates on a daily basis during the summer. And that's the conditions that we're familiar with in these rural areas. I do live in the area, so I travel Robinson Road on a daily basis and I commute to Meridian. And this is a common thing that you'll see throughout that part of the county. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner Sheets.
Thanks, Ms. Allen. So when we're talking about the conditions here, we're also talking about preventing injury to the surrounding areas. When I talk about that, I'm talking about, I don't see much about here about really without noise mitigation, right? I mean, we've got mitigation from lighting, you know, visual mitigation, stuff like that, but we're talking about heavy equipment, in and out, cross-loading things, backup beepers, those kinds of things. What kind of suggestions do you have for noise mitigation?
Chairman Commissioner, that's a great point to bring up. As far as the backup alarms, I don't know what the safety regulations are for turning those off. If it's allowed to be turned off by like Scotia, if my client would be willing to explore adding a condition to address that type of noise.
And as well as like engine noises and, I mean, the picture I saw have like cross-loading material, right? And so we got like big diesel motors, hydraulics, those kinds of things, backup. I mean, equipment, a lot of equipment, doing a lot of equipment. I just wanted to know if you think these berms are going to be sufficient enough for noise mitigation?
Chairman Commissioner, the berm and the site screening fence will help somewhat, but typically to help more with noise would be landscaping. Outside of that, it would probably be a more engineered fence, I suppose.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Matthews?
Ms. Allen, you mentioned the place down the road from these guys. And used that as an example, that said they did the same sort of work there. Looking at that property from the satellite photo, it's a much bigger property and set back off the road. This 2-acre property, everything is really confined to a small 2-acre piece of property. I think that's difficult I have with this place.
Chairman Commissioner, is it so just the size of the property?
The size of the property, the noise, the dust, it's hard to abate any of that when you have everything on such a compact piece of property.
Chairman, so if there's conditions that we could add that would help user concerns, we'd be happy to explore.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. But it does actually conclude the people we've proposed to testify. So with that, the chair would entertain a motion to close public testimony. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Neville.
Mr. Chairman, for case number CU 2023-002 APL, I move the close public testimony.
Is there a second? A motion by Commissioner Neville, second by Commissioner Sheets, to close public testimony on this case. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes. We close public testimony. I will pause and ask if the department staff have anything to add based on testimony that you heard.
Mr. Chair, I just have a couple of possible condition amendments written down if you want to explore that area. I noted that maybe remove the campers from the staging area and the addition of a sided screening fence along the south property line if you're heading towards an approval.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. So this is our second hearing with this case. It's the third hearing with the county with this case. I'd like this to be a focused discussion if we could. I think we've got a lot of people waiting here. If someone would like to move in favor, we'll need to have conditions to do so. If someone would like to move in opposition, we would need to indicate what the applicant would have to change in order to achieve approval. I will reiterate that as a CUP, that decision is made here by this body unless appealed to the Board of County Commissioners. If you'd like to start.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Neville?
So I have a question, Mr. Chairman. So we have heard testimony that we may be able to better this, it's already better, and that we may be able to make it an even better application if we craft some conditions. I am, again, uncomfortable crafting conditions ourselves. So is it appropriate to postpone while and direct staff and the applicant to come together and create some of these? We've got some good conditions, but we've also heard that we can make it better if we could add conditions about specifics on the berm, about fences on other than the north. Michelle mentioned removing the campers. Well, we've heard we could do noise mitigation, dust mitigation. All of those are conditions that we would have to craft tonight as a committee. That's not gonna work. So how do we do this expeditiously? I think we might be able to postpone it and then direct staff and the applicant to bring proposed conditions back, but I'm not sure.
So that would, of course, take a motion
Right.
to do so. Commissioner Matthews?
Chairman, I'm sort of the same thought as Commissioner Neville. However, I would take it a little further and ask that Mr. Robinson and the applicants get together and craft conditions that they're together they're comfortable with. And bring those back to us, and I would feel much better. And if we can come to something that both parties agree with, everybody's best.
So I've heard two arguments for a continuance. Is there any discussion about a different disposition for this case?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Williamson?
I guess one thing that I would want to say with the two commissioners talking about doing a possible continuance is I think it would be good before, if we do a continuance, if there's any other things that want to be discussed as far as more direction for conditions. I did bring up like the campers. I think I would want to tweak it to equipment that is not used for the business to stay out of the business area. Because there was comment of derelict trucks or, other things. So that way, if it's something that's used for the business, for the running of the business or equipment for the business, it can stay there. Campers, trucks that need to go to the junkyard, or even if the trucks that they're trying to salvage for spare parts, go somewhere else. But if there's anything else that any of the other commissioners would want to discuss, so then whether it's Mr. Nieves, staff, or Mr. Robinson, trying to work together, it'd be good to express any of these concerns or thoughts if the continuance is going to happen.
There are a lot of conditions. Commissioner Sheet, did you care to weigh in? No. Anyone else? So again, I'm open for a motion to continue, to deny, or to approve.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Neville.
So ask the staff now, if we postpone to a definite date, what date are we postponing?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Neville, it looks like the date certain could be 2/15, but we would have to have all of the conditions in place by the 5th of that month, or we can bump it to the 7th of March and put it out a little further.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, for case number CU 2023-0002 APL, I move that we postpone this case to March 7th and direct staff to work with the applicant and the opposition to create conditions as have been discussed tonight. Those would include, but may not be limited to, elaborating on specifics on the berm, fences along more than just the northern side, removing campers and other unused equipment, noise mitigation, dust mitigation, and all of the conditions that are already existing.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's a motion by Commissioner Neville, second by Commissioner Matthews, that we change terms here. Continue this case to, I'm sorry, your date was?
March 7th.
March 7th.
Mr. Chair, can I interrupt for just a moment?
Certainly.
So one of the members of the public stated that he was an engineer, semi-retired engineer. I just want to remind the commission that we do have a county engineer on staff that could work on conditions for that berm and for that fence, as that's a possibility.
No, we do it pro bono.
Commissioner Neville, was your motion accommodate the county engineer?
Oh, sure. And the count, it's staff, so staff working with the applicants and opponents, so yeah, sure.
So the motion on the table is to continue to March 7th. It's been correctly motioned and seconded. I'll pause for discussion before we take a roll call vote on this. Mr. Chair. Commissioner Sheets?
All right, I will weigh in. My major concern with this is the physical dimensions of the property. There's absolutely no buffering on this. So to the extent that we're looking to create those kinds of mitigation, the operation itself is basically pretty much bordering on the property lines for it. So to the extent that there's no buffering there between the properties, I would hope that staff and the applicant can come together and find ways to mitigate those concerns.
Thank you. Commissioner Dorsey, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I don't believe that they need to get together with opposition. I mean, I think there's some very strong opinions and maybe, what have you, but I don't think it's ever going to be good enough and I don't think that's part of the county CUP process. The noise mitigation, again, it's a staging area. They're loading stuff. They can't be disabling their backup alarms because they're going to be going to a job site, doing work where it needs to be done. It's only for a short time. If they are loading some stuff, that's part of the staging area, that's part of the operation. And it's in an ag area, and I'm not sure that all that noise just comes from there with the neighbors. So I would not be in favor of postponing or having a continuing, especially with the opposition.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before we take a roll call vote? Commissioner Villafana?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with Commissioner Dorsey. I think condition number 5 already talks about a mitigant for the dust. And as far as the noise, it's an agricultural area. And so I think removing of the clampers and maybe adding some language to the condition stating that we enforce the vets, et cetera, would be fine. And I was ready to make a decision on this today, not necessarily in favor of
Thank you. Any other comments or on the motion to continue before Chairman Commissioner Matthews?
I would remind fellow commissioners that these people the residents were in their homes before this moved in. Across the street from them, backup warning buzzers are a whole different thing than just a whole different type of noise than the noise you get from farm equipment. It's much more disturbing and destructive.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, I'm going to weigh in for just a second before we call a roll call vote, and that is I'm not going to be supporting a continuance. I'm not convinced that this can be conditioned properly to be appropriate and not injurious to the area. And the reason for that is I think as long as there's loading or unloading, I think it's going to be injurious. And that was the reason I voted against it the last time. With that, I'm going to ask the recording secretary to call the roll on the motion to continue.
Commissioner Matthews,
In favor.
Commissioner Dorsey,
Opposed?
Commissioner Villafana,
Opposed?
Commissioner Neville,
In favor?
Commissioner Williamson,
Opposed.
Commissioner Sheets,
Opposed?
Chairman Sturgill.
Opposed. Okay, so we need either a motion to approve or a motion to deny. A lot of people waiting.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Williamson.
before, I'll make a motion, but I just want to double check, because I believe Commissioner Villafana was looking at Exhibit D or page 26, which I believe was part of Ms. Allen's presentation, and those are some additional conditions that they're wanting to add on top of what staff had presented. So, if there was a motion to approve, you would want to use those, those conditions, not in addition or amended from staff's recommendation, correct? Okay. Well, just to get the ball rolling, based upon the findings of facts, conditions of approval, an order here with amendments to conditions, and I would include adding a condition 11 that campers and equipment and machinery not related to the business to stay out of the business operation area. That we approve case CU 2023-0002-APL.
Thank you, and I'll pause and ask, staff, are you clear on what the conditions are Commissioner Williamson is referring to?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Williamson, you said to add, the fence to the southern property line, or no?
Yes, and that would include, so that.
In number 4? So I could add it to number 4?
Yeah, let's go ahead and add that to number 4, sorry.
Okay. And then, an additional, a number 12, that is for the removal of the campers from the staging area.
I'm going off of Exhibit B off of Ms. Allen's presentation. which
Oh.
has 10 conditions.
I was looking at the FCOs.
Sorry.
That's sorry.
Okay. So it would be condition 11, sorry. So with, okay, give me a second here, I gotta make sure we're not. Yeah, I will say 12, yeah.
Okay.
12. That's, yep, okay, so yeah, condition 12.
Okay, is it clear to the commission what the conditions are for this motion to approve? No? Commissioner Neville, I'm ask you a question.
Mr. Williamson, so there are 11 existing conditions. You're going to add a 12th, which is the removal. Are you modifying any of the other conditions in
It would be for adding the site obscuring fence on the southern border.
And that, so, okay, the one condition talks about site obscuring fence. We're going to go not just north, south.
Yep.
Anything about specifics on the berm?
No. No specifics on that, because of what was mentioned by other commissioners here as far as spacing. I'm thinking that might be a little bit cost prohibitive.
And anything on noise mitigation?
Again, that's in the realm of OSHA. I don't think we have jurisdiction to tell someone to shut off backup lines.
Well, I don't want to shut off the backup. Anything.
But I mean, when I was looking at some of these things, even reading what some of the complaints are, I know farms use a lot of the same equipment and it's all there. So I think it's still fit in the, I do understand that these people were here prior, but I'm just trying to get the ball
Let's
rolling.
get conditions.
Right, so that's it, all right, thanks.
Okay, is there a second to Commissioner Williamson's motion? Also. Thank you. It's a motion by Commissioner Williamson and seconded by Commissioner Belfana that we approve this case based upon the amended findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval. And again, that's a decision that's made by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Once again, I'll pause for questions, comments, statements before we take a roll call vote on this motion to approve.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Neville.
Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, I am not in favor of this. We're doing exactly the same thing we said we shouldn't have done, and we got in trouble over last time. We're trying to craft conditions tonight, and either we table it and let folks work on it for a while and with clear heads, or we deny it.
Commissioner Matthews.
Mr. Chairman, given the size of the property and the willingness to work on conditions, let the work on conditions, I don't see how we can improve the quality of life for these people. Like the noise that goes on, that goes back up to morning neighbors in that close proximity, that's a whole different thing than being on a farm and acres and acres.
Any other comments before we take a roll call vote? Okay, with the recording secretary, please call the roll on this motion to approve.
Commissioner Matthews,
Against.
Commissioner Dorsey,
Approve.
Commissioner Villafana,
In favor.
Commissioner Neville,
Opposed?
Commissioner Williamson,
In favor?
Commissioner Sheets,
Opposed.
Chairman Sturgill.
Opposed.
Chairman, the motion fails with 4 in opposition.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Neville.
Mr. Chairman, so the motion's failed. I move that we, for case number C 23-002 APL, that we deny this application.
Is there a second? Second. It's been motion by Commissioner Neville, second by Commissioner Matthews that we deny this application. Again, I'll pause for comments. Commissioner Sheets.
Mr. Chair, just to remind everybody, one of the reasons the Scott sent back is because we didn't say what the applicant could do to gain approval. So to the extent that we're looking for a denial, we would need to identify what hearing criteria we are using to change, as well as what the applicant can do to proceed with approval.
If the applicant changes. Correct. Correct. Commissioner Neville, it's your motion. Do you care to weigh in?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think we're still going to find that we deny it based on facts 4 and 7. So up on the, you can see it on the criteria there. Proposed use is injurious to the other property. You can see pictures. We have testimony and we have exhibits that indicate that this is a use that would impact negatively the surrounding properties. And for number 7, undue interference in existing and future traffic patterns. We have evidence, once again, that's been presented with exhibits, that Robinson is already a disaster for the road, and that this would just make it worse. Things that they could do to gain approval, I think all of those conditions that have been discussed tonight, that we won't have a chance to work on, could be worked on, and if they appeal it to the Board of Commissioners, maybe they'll approve it with all of those conditions.
Commissioner Sheets.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Neville, as far as what they could do to receive approval, I don't know if that's necessarily going to fly. I think that something to the effect of maybe a less intense use, less equipment or different equipment being used on the property, as well as a guarantee of how many fewer trips are going to be generated. So it would have to be something along the lines of the activity on the property rather than sort of something like that.
So I just want to clarify, so the conditions that we could have put on this, that we aren't adequate. You're saying we need to say that they need to voluntarily change their operation.
Correct. I know state law says they need to do something, but we need to tell them what they could do for approval. I made a suggestion about the actual size of the operation based upon the type of equipment as well as the size of the parcel.
And then I guess I would say for staff to look at Mr. Sheets' words, I'll accept those words that he just gave. It should be on the tape. I won't be able to remember to get them exactly. So you'll just look at that and adopt those as what the applicant did do.
I'll pause and ask staff. Adequate. Ask questions if necessary. Let's get it resolved here.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to speak for Commissioner Sheets.
Let's ask him to summarize.
Okay.
Commissioner Sheets, can you summarize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to summarize, it would be what the applicant could do to receive approval would be to modify the operation, to reduce the equipment impact in the area, as well as identify buffer areas between properties where activity is taking place.
Staff, is that acceptable?
I can work with that.
Okay. Commissioner Neville, is that acceptable with your motion?
Does that mean he still gets to operate? Excuse me,
This is,
I'm sorry.
sir, I'm sorry, this is a motion to deny. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Matthews.
To Commissioner Sheets' point, I'm not sure that we want to go, that we want to tell him that he needs to reduce the size of his equipment fleet or anything like that, because that has an impact on his ability to stay in business, I believe. What he really needs is a bigger piece of property. Where there is space that abates. To me, that is the solution.
So again, the Board of County Commissioners is asking us to come up with a single statement, and we've got a bunch of different ideas here, all of which probably have some merit. How about this? Since these aren't conditions, staff, would you be willing to enumerate these ideas to the Board of County Commissioners? We're not committing to approve this if any particular subset or superset of these ideas were implemented. But let's bullet point them for the Board of County Commissioners. You okay with that?
So, Mr. Chair, it's recommended, and of course, that's one of the reasons that it came back, so it would be good to have that. If you don't feel that there is any way for it to change on a particular property, that can be stated with reasoning behind it, I would say.
Well, I think that's one of what I heard. I heard the property's not big enough. I heard the magnitude and scope of the operations is too large. What else did we? And again, we're not necessarily suggesting that any one of those is necessarily going to create an approval, but those are challenges that we see today.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, this isn't automatically going to be going back to the board because they lofted it back into your court again. So we're back at conditional use permit application.
But we're preparing for that.
What I understood was something in reference to the board, but is that what you were referring to if it were to be appealed?
I think that was the request. If it gets appealed again, if they want something tighter. Are you okay with my proposal?
So, Mr. Chair, you would like for me to create?
I would like you to enumerate the proposed changes that Commissioner Sheets, Commissioner Matthews, and I have suggested as how the applicant could change the application to achieve approval.
Yes, and these FCOs will come to you in draft form so that you'll have time to look over it and make sure that we are all on the same page.
Yep. Okay. I'll pause and ask you, Commissioner Neville, Commissioner Matthews, are okay with that?
Mr. Chair, one more thing.
Sure.
So as far as the changes to number 4 and number 7, I did provide in the staff report the original denial FCOs. Are those the same responses that you would like to have, or would you like to change those at all? Was Commissioner Neville making the
Commissioner Neville's motion.
motion? It is Exhibit E, which is page 159. I know we don't have page numbers on it, but so it comes after.
Ladies and gentlemen, I suspect we're going to take a break when we conclude this case. So if anyone wants to scoot out for a second, it's probably not a bad time to do it. And then we'll come back and get started on the next case.
I might be able to bring them up on the screen.
Thank you. We're going to try to keep the break as short as possible. And I'd ask you to be as quiet as possible, please.
Mr. Chairman, I think that the answers to the questions from the original FCOs are adequate. For the reasons for questions 4 and 7.
Thank you, staff. Is that acceptable?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Neville, yes.
Thank you. Okay. With that, Commissioner Neville, Commissioner Matthews, your motion still stands. We have what the applicant can change. I'm going to ask, is there any final comments before the roll call vote? Would the recording secretary please call the roll on this motion to deny?
Commissioner Matthews,
In favor?
Commissioner Dorsey,
Opposed.
Commissioner Villafana,
Opposed.
Commissioner Neville,
In favor?
Commissioner Williamson,
In favor.
Commissioner Sheets,
In favor.
Chairman Sturgill.
In favor?
Chairman, the motion passes with 5 in favor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry if you see the sausage making here, but these are people's lives, and it's important for us to be thorough and comprehensive here, and I assure you we'll have the same level of attention and diligence to the case that you're here to hear next. Having said that, I know I need to take a short break. Let's come back as quickly as we can, no more than 25 after.
Take her out. She didn't tell us that she needed it enough. Right? I'm sure.
Well, because Alex is tired. I freaked right up. Her tires on those are really good too. It really does good stuff. It's a really good sound. How's the band doing? How's the band doing? It's got that front slip to it. I tried to get it sideways around the corner and lock it up. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
I don't have access to it. I don't
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get started. And thank you for working with us to keep that rate fairly. So I'm going to ask the Commission Secretary to get started on our next case. I want to set expectations properly. There is no way, the amount of people that wish to testify in opposition, we're going to get through all of this tonight, right? So we're going to do with this hearing like we did in the prior hearing, which is we're going to start with the staff report, then we're going to go through testimony in favor, and let's see where we're at from a time frame standpoint. If we have time to get started with opposition, we will do so. That's great. I also wanted to call your attention to something else because I know some of you haven't been to our hearings before. The planners put on the board the criteria that we use for the case. I understand there's, just from the amount of people signed in to testify in opposition, there's a lot of concerns about this, and I respect that. But understand that all the opposition that we hear to this case, whether it's today or in a future hearing, has to be related to these criteria. And I want to call your attention to that so that you're thinking about that as you're hearing the staff report, as you're hearing the applicant, how your concerns relate to these criteria. Okay? I want to advise you on how to be most effective with your testimony. Okay? With that, would the Commission Secretary please do the next item on our agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next item, new business, action item number 2B, case number RZ 2021-0056 and SD 2021-0059. Middleton 187 LLC and TBC Land Holding LLC are requesting a conditional rezone of approximately 217 acres from agricultural to single-family residential zone, with municipal sewer and water subject to a pre-annexation agreement with the city of Middleton and development agreement with Kane County. Also requested is approval of a preliminary plat, phasing plan, landscape irrigation, drainage, and hillside development plan for Farmington Hills subdivision. The proposed development contains 492 total lots, 421 residential lots, with an average size of 12,780 square feet and 71 common lots. The properties are designated residential in the Kane County 2020 comprehensive plan. This includes 4 subject parcels located north of Foothill Road in Lansing, Lincoln, Bethlehem, Middleton.
Thank you. Before we begin taking testimony on this case, is there any member of the commission who, for reasons of a conflict of interest, requests to be excused from participating in this item? No. Are there any declarations pertaining to this requested meeting, such as site reviews or conversations outside of the hearing? No. Okay, and I'm going to make a disclosure. I did receive in the mail, since I'm in roughly this part of the county, an invitation to show up at tonight's hearing, which I was delighted to accept. But so whoever sent it, thank you very much for the invitation. We'll now begin taking evidence by calling Development Services staff as the first witness to present the staff summary and any related exhibits.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deb Root, Principal Planner, Canyon County Development Services. This request is a conditional rezone request from agriculture to CRR1, single family residential, with a concurrent preliminary plat, phasing plan, landscape irrigation, drainage, and hillside development plan for Farmington Hills subdivision. And this property would be subject to a development agreement to ensure that all conditions and agreements that have been contemplated by the applicant with the agencies were implemented. As you indicated to the public in this hearing, there are 8 findings that are required to be made to approve a conditional rezone. These findings include consistency with the comprehensive plan, the surrounding area, character of the area, appropriateness of the requested zone, adequate facilities and access, and that addresses potential traffic and essential services impacts. The 2020 comprehensive plan is the plan that this application was filed under. The future land use for the 2020 comprehensive plan, and still currently, is residential for this area. The parcel lies within the area of impact for the city of Middleton. The future land use is designated as residential for this area on the city of Middleton's future land use map as well. The surrounding area. The area is comprised of agricultural, R1 single-family residential, and rural residential development and farmland. Development has been occurring in this area of the county since the early 70s, inclusive of several developments along Foothill Road and Turner Skyline Sub located to the west of the development on Duff. The 12 platted developments adjacent to or immediate vicinity north of Foothill Road have an average lot size of 1.6 acres, with lots ranging in size from 0.75 or 0.57 acres to 10 acres. Those plats were developed from 1971 to 2023. 5 recently platted developments immediately adjacent to the property have an average lot size of 1.3 acres and are zoned R1. Middleton city limits are located at Foothill Road, approximately a quarter mile south of the property boundary, and the developer has preliminarily entered into a pre-annexation agreement with the city to provide water and sewer to the proposed development. Meadow Bluff Estates, Cascade Hills number 1 and 2, C4 subdivision, and C3 subdivision are more recent developments. They are on a minimum 1 acre lot size. They are not served by municipal water or sewer. They are on individual septic and wells. And that is why the lot size is 1 acre, to accommodate those systems and replacement systems. This next set of slides is just a series of photographs. They were taken early in the spring, as this case was scheduled to be heard April or May of this year and got pushed out. So these are just a series of photographs from Meadow Park looking southwesterly across the properties headed towards Duff. You can see that the property is in agricultural production currently. These are some Google Earth images from August 2023, which indicate, show some of the development that is along Dove Lane. And then looking back easterly across the subject property, you can see the new development in Meadow Bluff on that hill in the left-hand corner. These pictures are taken from Meadow Park cul-de-sac facing southeastward. And as you come over that ridge there's a pond down there in that field. Those ponds are intended to be kept with the development and put in as part of the landscaping and open space. They are drainage ponds for the area drainage, not just this property's drainage, but existing drains in that Middleton area. Meadow Park eastward over the subject property, looking back towards Lansing Lane, shows a good visual of the sloping terrain, the challenges with this property, and why this area of Middleton has been transitioning to ag is the undulating terrain that's in this area. So from the Meadow Park cul-de-sac again, from the Duff Lane side of Meadow Park, facing southwest. There are now multiple homes built across the bare terrain that you can see there. That I took a Google Earth street side that show several homes in that Meadow Bluff subdivision now. In Meadow Park, southwesterly across the property. This is a half width of Meadow Park Boulevard with the separated pathway. So this Meadow Bluff was required to do a half width of the eventual collector roadway there with the pathway. That will be extended to Lansing Lane, from Duff to Lansing Lane with if this development is approved. Yeah, I'm looking west. Okay. This is from Meadow Park looking north toward Port of Chance subdivision in the distance. So this is an 80-acre field that is just north of Meadow Bluff and the proposed Farmington Hills development. This is from the Lansing side of Meadow Park with the Cascade Hills subdivision development in there. There's quite a bit more development since the spring. And so the August 23rd or August 2023 picture shows that this development is continuing on there. This is just another picture looking across the subject properties towards the southeast, towards Lansing Lane. Again, from Meadow Park across the properties. Part of the property is currently being irrigated with a pivot irrigation system. This is looking north on Lansing, and to the right-hand side is both the C3 and C4 subdivision development. Again, there is quite a bit more housing development in those developments currently. This is and Foothill Road at Sturm Lane. These properties don't are not specifically adjacent to the subject property, but they are a sign that this has been trending towards residential for a very long time. This development along Foothill Road is zoned rural residential. It was zoned rural residential when the 79 zoning map was adopted. And so again, just a history of residential development in this area. This is a list of land use decisions. The colors on this just designate where the decisions were actually tied to the same properties in that. So they were land use decisions for C3 development, C4 development, Meadow Bluff, Cascade Hills 1 and 2. There are some developments a little further north that are currently still in the preliminary plat stage of development. Within a quarter mile of the subject property, there are 16 platted subdivisions with approximately 250 lots and 3 subs in platting for an additional 34 lots. Within a half mile of the subject property, there are 33 platted subdivisions with approximately 558 lots and 3 subs in platting for an additional 216 lots. Within 1 mile of the subject property radius, 1 mile radius, there are 65 subdivisions with approximately 1,378 lots with 9 subs in platting for an additional 777 lots. The slide just provides details based on the quarter, half, and 1 mile. I did not provide the average lot sizes because there is some concerns with the integrity of the data provided through our data lists. And so it does not truly reflect the lots on the ground, as it doesn't take into consideration the land divisions of older development lots or the replatting of developments through the county processes. At a quarter mile, the data is more consistent with the development on the ground, and the 5 most recently platted developments have an average lot size of 1.32 acres. That is including the common lots and roads calculated into that. The average lot size, considering the older development, 71 to date, is 1.72 acres, with lots ranging in size from 1 to 6.64 acres. The property is currently irrigated agricultural fields surrounded by residential development on nearly all boundaries, as shown in the site photos and evidenced by the approved land use cases and subdivisions in the area. Platted residential development has been occurring in this immediate area since 1971. 5 developments on the north and east boundary have been platted in the last 3 years. The proposed lot size for this development is not consistent with the existing development of 1 acre lot sizes. Those developments are all using individual well and septic systems. The proposed residential lot size does not in itself make the proposed lots incompatible with other residential development in the area. Staff did receive many comments concerned about the lot sizes proposed. Again, the county zoning ordinance provides for the higher density lots in areas that can be served by municipal sewer and or municipal water, because it is not required to have individual wells and septics on those parcels. There is a nitrate priority area approximately 1,020 feet just north of this property. Having municipal services can reduce that, the introduction of additional nitrate into the property by not placing individual septic and wells, even if they were larger lots. Character of the area is residential and has been trending to residential for many years. City limits of Middleton are located a quarter mile to the south of the property at Foothill Road. Again, the character of the area is residential. Existing agriculture in the area and subject property in the area, the subject property being the largest block of productive farmland, but the area is primarily residential in nature. There's R1 zoning on 3 boundaries, RR zoning along Foothill Road, Middleton City impact area, city limits only a quarter mile south, future land use designation of residential, and residential development surrounding the property, new and old. Some of the letters in opposition voiced concerns about the impact this proposed development would have on their individual wells. The developer is proposing to connect to municipal services. There is a plan to provide a municipal well on the property during the construction of the development, probably around phase 4 in that time frame. Municipal wells are regulated differently and are drilled into much deeper depths of the aquifer. This development, as proposed, should have little effect on the area wells, and with municipal services being provided, has less potential of contaminating the aquifer, reducing the number of wells drilled to serve individual properties. The applicant does have a draft pre-annexation agreement with the city of Middleton, approved on December 6th by the City Council. Conditions of approval is that the development shall be served by municipal services inclusive of both water and sewer, or the development shall not move forward. Irrigation water. Black Canyon Irrigation District has reviewed and preliminarily approved the proposed development. The development shall utilize pressurized irrigation for residential and common areas. Lateral realignment is proposed also to be located in a common area easement. The Williams Northwest Gas Pipeline, a 4,000-mile bidirectional transmission system for gas, also traverses the property. The Williams Northwest has provided preliminary acknowledgement of the project, inclusive of irrigation, utility, and road crossings of the pipeline. A condition to comply with Williams Northwest requirements is set in conditions of approval. Recently, this fall, people experienced someone punching a hole in that pipeline, so not a good idea. But so the applicant has proposed that pipeline in a common lot with the 75-foot easement, which is not always the case on some of your flats. So when a property owner buys a lot, they may not understand that that pipeline is taking up 75 feet of easement within the property boundaries. In this case, those lots that are proposed will not be on or near or encompassing of that common lot easement, nor of any of the irrigation easements that are proposed within this property. Common open space and connectivity. The development upon completion proposes a number of connecting pathways and significant common open space and amenities. And as conditioned, there is a landscape plan that they're to be in substantial compliance with. The internal roads will include curb, gutter, and sidewalks. Meadowbrook Boulevard also is designed with a detached pathway providing for safe bike and pedestrian travel along the collector roads. This was also one of the items that Compass proposed as having a bike lane on Meadow Park Boulevard with a detached pathway. Pedestrian and bike traffic should be able to travel those routes. And it may be the developer can clarify, but I think they are also showing a detached pathway on Willis Road as well. Traffic and improvements. Highway District 4 and the HDB4 Board of Commissioners provided comment and conditions for approval of the proposed rezone and preliminary plat. Mitigation measures and conditions will be addressed by HD4 as part of the platting process. They are a signature on the plat, and they do not sign the plat without compliance with the requirements to meet their standards and codes. As part of this development, the applicant has worked with the City of Middleton and ITD and in providing for mitigation that was identified through a traffic impact study and the revised traffic impact study. And they will be, if approved, it will be building a signalized intersection at Highway 44 and Duff, which is currently a failing intersection. And this will have to be completed prior to the final plat of phase 1 in accordance with the agency requirements, including the City of Middleton, ITD, and HD4. This is a significant improvement to the transportation system to help with safety and traffic connections and movement. CHD4 also included a right-hand turn lane required at Duff into the development at Willis during the phase 1. This property is surrounded and bisected by arterials and collector roadways. Upon completion of this development, if it were to be approved, there are significant improvements for traffic circulation in this area of the county by providing Meadow Park Boulevard connecting from Duff Lane through to Lansing Lane, with Willis Road collect as a local collector roadway, also connecting Duff and Lansing Lane, taking pressure off of Foothill Road and Purple Sage Road. This development is proposed to be completed in 13 phases currently, and the City of Middleton and CHD4 have conditioned this development that connection to Lansing Lane via Meadow Park Boulevard and/or Willis cannot be made without the intersection at Lansing and Highway 44 also being signalized and completed. So this developer, if the Lansing 44 intersection is not completed at the time this developer wants to move forward with phase 10 or about the 320 lots, something like that, what Middleton indicated. They will have to complete that signalized intersection prior to making application for that phase. Essential public services. The fire district responded to the agency request for comment As proposed in condition, the development will provide appropriate access, fire flow, and hydrants in compliance with the Middleton Fire District. If approved, phase one will provide access to Duff Lane and Meadow Park Boulevard to allow for a secondary access for fire district. The development is served from Station 52 located at 22585 Kingsbury Road, about 3.7 miles travel distance, with a 5-minute response under ideal driving conditions, which we know are not really ideal, but the fire district did not express any opposition to this application, just provided for conditions, and they will review the construction drawings at that time when the first final plat is due. Other service agencies, including the Sheriff's Office, Canyon County Paramedics, Idaho Power, and Intermountain Gas, were noticed, but no comments were received specific to this development from those agencies. The next criteria is essential public services. Middleton School District, Mark G., superintendent, states 2 of the 3 elementary schools in the district are over capacity and using modular classrooms for students, with middle and high schools nearing capacity, which is of significant concern to the district. The development will feed into Mill Creek Elementary, Middleton Middle School, and Middleton High School. The primary means of obtaining needed funding for schools is through the bonding process that must be passed by supermajority vote of the district patrons. Recent school bonds, the past 8 years, have not been successfully passed. Mill Creek Elementary is currently at 118% capacity and currently has 6 modular units in place, providing for 12 classrooms. The district superintendent indicated in a clarification email to us that although modular space provides for classrooms, it does not provide for additional common amenity space such as hallways, restrooms, cafeteria, gymnasium, etc. Based on the demographic study of the school district boundaries, the district expects to have between 0.5 and 0.7 students per household enter the school system. This is a typical calculation that the school districts use. Sometimes it doesn't seem right, but that is what they use to calculate the impact to the school system. For the proposed development of 421 lots over the 7 to 10 year proposed build-out period, the district anticipates to have approximately 210 to 294 students. So that's the 0.5 to 0.7 range at full build-out. They do request that if this is approved, bus stops within the development shall be required. And stated also that the improvements projected at Duff and 44 intersection are viewed as an improvement to student safety from the school's perspective. The developer has proposed mitigation of their impacts to the school district. Although they don't propose to build a new school, which is really what's needed, the developer has entered into a memorandum of understanding with the school district to provide, at the time of final plat for each phase of development, $1,500 per buildable lot to address potential impacts.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on, please. We'll all have our chance to weigh in on this.
Of the new residents within this proposed development. Over the life of the development, the projected payment by the developer to the district for 421 residential lots will be in excess of $630,500. The district cannot collect impact fees from development. This is voluntary commitment to provide mitigation not currently provided by other development in the area. Transportation system. The traffic impact study and subsequent review by the agencies indicates the level of service at 5 intersections on State Highway 44 require improvements. The developer has agreed to build Duff Lane and Highway 44 intersection, and if not, built prior to application for phase 10, the developer will also construct the intersection of Highway 44 and Lansing Lane. The development, if approved, will construct 2 primary through accesses between Duff Lane and Lansing Lane as much needed collector routes in this area of the county. Proportionate share contributions to the City of Middleton and Canyon Highway District are also required to comply with agency requirements for continued improvements planned for other area roads. Those proportionate share figures are stated in the pre-annexation agreement and in the Canyon Highway District 4 Board of Commissioners conditions of approval. As noted, the Middleton area is experiencing significant residential growth, which has put much pressure on the school districts to meet the mandate for providing education to all students. The elementary schools are over capacity, with secondary schools nearing capacity. Process for obtaining funding to build new schools has not been successful in the previous 8 years, with each bond failure in the district. Again, the developer has provided for voluntary mitigation. It doesn't cover all the costs, but it provides for some ability to add services to mitigate the addition of those students with each phase of development. Development agreement conditions. I don't know if the commission wants to go through each of these conditions that are stated for the rezone. It has to do with complying with the pre-annexation agreement with the City of Middleton, ensuring that in fact water and sewer are provided to this development, that they comply with the fire code, that they comply with Williams Northwest Pipeline requirements, Black Canyon Irrigation as they propose to reroute and change the irrigation systems on this property. Highway District 4 complying with all the conditions that are set forth to improve the transportation system. ITD development working in conjunction with the City of Middleton and Highway District 4 to improve at least 2 of the intersections and provide mitigation as required through the pre-annexation agreement with the City of Middleton. To comply with the memorandum of understanding with the Middleton School District to provide $1,500 per finally platted buildable lot with each recorded phase of the property at the time the plat is recorded. The developer shall provide landscaping and asphalt pathways throughout the development in substantial compliance with the landscaping plan, consistent with the geotech evaluation from Farmington, as this area is, does have areas considered hillside development greater than 15% slope. It's a recommendation that a soils and compaction report be provided by a licensed professional engineer for each buildable lot. Proposed Farmington Hills subdivision is to be developed in phases with an expected build out of 7 to 10 years. Subject properties not under construction shall remain in agricultural production where feasible and consistent with the availability of irrigation facilities remaining in operational production for that area of the development. All areas not in agricultural production shall be maintained in compliance with the county public nuisance ordinance. The development shall comply with the requirements of the county engineer in Exhibit 26 of the staff report. The required findings for the preliminary plat are as follows. And it shall meet the ordinance and standards used in evaluating the application, recommendation for conditions of approval, the reasons for recommending approval, conditional approval, modification, and denial. If denied, the actions, if any, that the applicant can take to gain approval for the proposed subdivision. Upon recommendation by the commission, the preliminary plat, together with the commission's recommendation, shall be transmitted to the board. This preliminary plat is 492 total lots on 216.65 acres. There are 421 residential lots and 71 common lots. It's a phased development, currently proposed as 13 phases. The timing of the phases matter. So with both the irrigation district and as the highway district and Middleton City have it conditioned in their documents. Municipal sewer, municipal water will be provided through a pre-annexation agreement with the city of Middleton, approved by Middleton City Council. Proposed gross density is 1.94 dwelling units per acre. In other words, 2 per acre approximately. The residential density, when you take away all of the roads and common areas, is 3.4 dwelling units per acre. The average lot size is 12,804 square feet. Minimum lot size, 12,000 square feet, is provided for by Canyon County zoning ordinance 07-1021-2, footnotes 1 and 2, which allow for the developer to increase the density when water and or sewer is provided to a development. Common area is 48.89 acres, so 23% open space in this development, which is not consistent with the other developments in the area. They're not required to have open space and common areas for the use and enjoyment of the people within them. This site contains slopes greater than 15% and requires compliance with the Canyon County zoning ordinance 07-1733-1, special development for hillside development. The phasing plan, and they are proposing to begin development on the west side with phase 1 at Dove Lane, working towards the east to Lansing Lane. And then along the north boundary at Battlefront Boulevard. The recommended plat conditions, similar to the conditions for the development agreement, but more specific to the plat and specific to requirements of the agencies. As conditioned and proposed, this preliminary plat is in substantial compliance with the requirements of the Canyon County Code. The staff received comments from Canyon Highway District, Middleton Fire District, Middleton School District, the City of Middleton, Idaho Transportation Department, Williams Northwest Pipeline, Black Canyon Irrigation District, Compass, Idaho Fish and Game, Canyon Soil Conservation, the Department of Environmental Quality. We also received public comments in opposition from Greg Baker, Ron Saunders, Denise and John Rhodes, Connie Hansen, Katie Westhora, Greg Sexton, Antonio Conti. A petition from Stop the Development Group that had digitally signed 143 persons. This individual indicated to me he now has over 400. He will be speaking to that later. The Takaji family, Jackie Grayson, Bart Grayson, Donna Getz, and Phil Getz. Again, the primary concerns were for traffic congestion, that the lot sizes weren't consistent with the lot sizes of the surrounding development, and for the schools. Staff is recommending approval of the conditional rezone for case file RZ 2021-0056 as conditions subject to the development agreement. And subject to approval of the rezone, conditional rezone, the staff is recommending approval of the preliminary plat, phasing plan, irrigation plan, drainage plan, and hillside development plan of Farmington Hills subdivision, case file SD 2021-0059 as proposed and conditioned. And I will stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Who would like to start with questions? Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Williamson.
Yeah, I guess I want to clarify, because you made a comment that I believe came from the school superintendent. And I might have missed that when I was reading through that, but, so one of the conditions that the school is asking for consideration with, or maybe it's not a condition, but basically you said in your presentation that there will be bus stops in the subdivision. And I was under the impression that most school districts in bus services, they don't stop at subdivisions.
Chairman, Commissioner Williamson. So in this particular instance, as this development unfolds, they will be providing for collector roadways through this subdivision. So the buses will be traveling those collector roadways. And therefore, bus stops will need to be provided for the safety of the kids on those collector roadways. Yes.
Okay. And then I guess I want to just double check and make sure that this house or resident lot density, this is pretty much as dense as it can be, even if this would be annexed into the city, correct?
No. So if it were annexed to the city, or say if they were proposing this development in the city, the development could be proposed in a denser lot configuration. This is as dense as the county can provide for and would provide for.
Okay. And since we're also going on the 2020 plan, I believe there's a R2 zone, right? For the county, or just the RR and R1? So I guess why?
Chairman, Commissioner Williamson, the initial application requested R2 or medium density zoning because they were looking for that smaller lot size, knowing that they were connecting to municipal services. When I received the application, I requested that they consider a conditional rezone and consider reducing their zoning request to R1, which could also meet their needs, was within their needs, and would not allow for the potential of medium density or multifamily residential on those lots.
Okay. I think I might hold off on asking any of these. I got a couple sheets of questions, so I might hold off and see if other people want to answer before I try to ask them. But we can come back to you, Commissioner. Other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Matthews.
yep. The school superintendent said he counted between 2,000 and 3,000 platted developments somewhere in the pipeline. The numbers you were giving, I believe, we were north of 3,000.
The numbers I was given.
Yeah, of the, within a mile.
So the numbers within a mile, that is development that was platted in the 30s to now, right? So,
Okay.
so those are lots that are already calculated. Much of that was already calculated in the capacity numbers of the schools.
Okay.
Okay.
So would you say that his figure, 2,000 to 3,000?
No, so if I may.
Yep.
Commissioner Sturgill asked that we invite the, city of Middleton and the superintendent to attend this meeting. Both of them initially were trying to make room in their schedule to do that, and then were not able to come. But Roberta Stewart, the planning director for the city of Middleton, provided numbers that are consistent with the numbers that the school superintendent provided in that email clarification. So she indicated that the city currently has 3,684 entitled residential lots. And she states that the city council has approved a preliminary plat for projects. So those are preliminary approved lots. Of the 3,684 entitled lots, 880 lots have been final platted. So those are buildable lots. And 2,804 lots are awaiting final plat approval. So she's breaking this down for us in this email. Of that 880 platted lots, 514 building permits have already been issued, and the homes are either already constructed, so they're already calculated into the capacity number, or they are under construction. The other 366 platted lots are building permit eligible, available for builders to apply for building permits on. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Neville?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, Deb, do you have any figures on what an elementary school costs to build nowadays?
Chairman, Commissioner Neville, I do not.
Okay, I will see if anyone else has. I think that's that question.
Other questions? Hey, Deb, I've got a handful of questions for you. Let me jump around a little bit here. I didn't completely understand the wells. I thought I caught that the subdivision would utilize municipal wells provided by the city of Middleton, but then there's a municipal well that will only be used during the construction phase. Will that then be capped at the conclusion of construction? I didn't follow that.
Chairman, no, that is not I did not state that well, if that's how you understood that. So in the pre-annexation agreement with the city of Middleton, the developer to be provided municipal services for the city of Middleton, they must construct a booster station currently to receive water from the city currently. And they will also be required to construct a lift station for the sewer system during the first phase of this development. I believe it says around phase 4, there will be a requirement for this developer to construct a municipal well to serve this area of the Middleton's ongoing growth and this development further.
So the developer will construct the well, but ultimately it will be a city of Middleton.
It will be owned by the city of Middleton.
Thank you. That was my confusion. Okay. A couple other questions. And I may have misunderstood what you were saying. You made a comment early in your presentation when you were looking at the photographs of the area and the undulating territory. You said this area of the county has been, I thought you said transitioning to ag. Did I miss that?
If I did, I meant transitioning to residential. Yeah.
And I may have misheard. Coming back to the school question for a second. The $1,500 per lot, do you know if that is intended to address OpEx or CapEx? In other words, buildings or operating expenses? Or is it just go into the school district's coffers and they figure out what to do with it?
Right, the MOU indicates that it's to mitigate, costs of that phase's students entering into that system. So it could be used to install additional infrastructure, modulars, those kind of things. So, in talking with the school superintendent, it provides for some additional infrastructure, but it cannot and will not pay for a school.
Understood. So at least it's CapEx eligible. Okay. And I think the last question I had, Commissioner Neville already asked, so we'll table that for now. Thank you. Other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Matthews.
one more question, Jeff, and this may be a question for the applicants, but do you know if the developer will be required to bond its obligations for the road construction?
Chairman, Commissioner Matthews, all of the roads within this development will be public roads, and the highway district will not bond for road construction.
No, but I mean, so the developer's building these intersections, the two intersections that they've undertaken to build, will they be required to have payment bonds and performance bonds to ensure that those roads are built? If they go bankrupt, we.
Chairman, Commissioner Matthews, in those agreements with the city of Middleton and Canyon Highway District 4 and the development letter with ITD, there are some specific proportionate share requirements that are paid at specific intervals of that development. The applicant may be able to talk more to that, but for instance, the Duff Lane Highway 44 intersection must be built prior to construction on this development property at all. And then there are plans in place, through the CIM and with, some Middleton has been collecting impact fees for ITD on certain intersections and things that can be directed towards those intersections and things. And that's an agreement between the developer and the city of Middleton and Canyon Highway District 4. There is a lot of money involved, proportionate share figures and things that are in those documents and conditioned in those documents. That the county it is not our jurisdiction.
Understand.
Commissioner Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then I guess I understand that a well will be developed, so I'm just kind of curious, where are the nearest city water and sewer services from the subject property?
Currently, and the applicant can correct this, but I believe it's about 3/4 mile south on Duff, not even quite 3/4 mile at the Waterford and Falcon subdivisions that are in the Middleton city limits currently. The city limits are also within 1/4 mile along Foothill, but the water and sewer connections will be brought up Duff Lane.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you. So, as I mentioned before, we're going to turn now to testimony in favor. We're going to do this in stages. I don't know how far we're going to get this evening. Is there anyone who wishes to testify in favor this evening who has not had the opportunity to sign it? Okay. I will read all the names that are signed in, and I will do this when we get to testimony in opposition as well. Sometimes people sign that they do not wish to testify, and then upon hearing other testimony or the staff report, they decide they do want to testify. So I read your name to give you the option to change your mind if you wish. You can always, if you indicate that you wish to testify and when the time comes you don't want to, that's what I do. But I won't read your name unless you've indicated that you do wish to testify. As I read your name, if you're going to testify, I'll ask that you stand and remain standing, and again, we'll swear everyone in at once.
Excuse me, I'd like to testify in favor, please. Thank you.
Okay, let's start with Todd Campbell to testify. Yes. And thank you, sir. Zane Craddock, which is the applicant, did not indicate.
Yes, to testify, sorry.
Yes. Okay. Dean Waite did not indicate.
I do want to testify.
Thank you, sir. Joe Rock to testify.
I do want to testify.
Okay, and you're standing, thank you. Tamara Rory or Rowdy?
Yes.
And you do not wish to testify? Thank you. Chase Rowley to testify?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Jake Conklin to not testify? I may have mispronounced your last name. On Dwayne Court in Boise?
He stepped out.
He did? Okay, I will put a question. He indicated not testifying. Josh Leonard to testify?
Correct. Yes, to testify.
Thank you, sir. Becky Izagari?
Is it Gary?
Izagari,
There
thank
you
you.
go.
And you will testify. Thank you for the letter earlier today.
Yeah.
Scott Blazer to not testify. Lyle Zofort to testify. Thank you. Is there one person that's going to start as the applicant or the coordinator as well? And I'm sorry, what's your name?
Zane.
Zane, got it, thank you. Okay, if you'll all please raise your right hand. Recognizing that the law of Idaho prohibits perjury, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. You know what, I'm gonna have to take my name off of that. The things I'm gonna say are things that aren't true, but I just want to point out the pathetic.
Understood, sir. Thank you. Sounds like we'll move you to a different list.
Thank you, I'm already on the opposition.
You're welcome to take a seat except Zane. You want to join us? Sir, what I will invite you to do is, once you're done testifying and we're done with questions, you're welcome to direct who you'd like to represent, pick your seat, who you'd like to speak. Okay? So if you can start with your name and address for the record, you have 10 minutes to start.
Zane Craddock, 332 North Broadmoor Way, Nampa, Idaho. I just want to say thank you to staff for a presentation that kind of laid out all the facts here. I'm here to talk about Farmington Hills. This is a county subdivision with a community feel. We're gonna, yeah, can you go to the next slide? Sorry. So existing conditions is, as Deb laid out, it's between Duff and Lansing, north of Foothill Road. There's quite a bit of topography change between Foothill and our property, and then there's another bench on the north end of our property. So along the west side there that you see, the property line's kind of in the bottom, and those houses are elevated above us. And then on the west side, or I'm sorry, on the east side, we have 2 ponds in the property. North of that pond, it kind of starts to go up the hill, and then we're kind of level with the metal part of that. Let me see. We also have, oh, go back. Yeah. So also like a 45 through the development, there's the William pipeline that was mentioned. Another thing we have is the 21.1 Sea Line Canal. That's the major canal that you can see going kind of north-south through the middle of the property there, more or less. And then the Willow Creek Pump Lateral is the southern border of our property on the east side of the property. Next slide. Comprehensive plan, we're in compliance with the comprehensive plan. This is the 2020 comp plan. We originally submitted this project in October of 2020, and then going back with staff, going back to the city of Middleton to get approvals, going through the highway district, working with ITD. We've gone through numerous meetings and getting everybody on board, getting all of our stuff officially approved through those agencies before we came before you tonight. The comp plan in 2020 is the same as the comp plan in 2030 for our property. That's kind of what I want to highlight here. So yes, we're on the 2020 plan, but it's no different than the 2030 plan. As you can see here, the area is really trending towards residential development. The city of Middleton is 1,200 feet away from our property boundary currently. We have numerous R1 subdivisions around us that border us on almost all sides. We initially came in with a proposal to do larger lots. The county said, hey, if you're going to do this many lots, you need to do community well system. And then we went and talked with Southwest District Health, and they said, hey, if you're going to do this, this is going to impact the MP area. And so we took a step back, we looked at it and said, okay, well, if we're going to be able to do that, we're going to have to bring city services in. And that's when we started the discussions with the city of Middleton. So this was back in 21. And we worked through that process. As we went and met with the highway district, that's when they started imposing other things as far as traffic mitigation, Duff Lane, Lansing Lane, those things. Next slide. So our request is to do a conditional rezone to R1 to match surrounding zoning. Our project size is 216 acres with 420 buildable lots. I think that Deb's slide said 421. We were off by one, but it's 420. 72 common lots. The maximum lot size is a little over 21,000 square feet, so a half acre. The average lot size is 12,800 square feet. The minimum lot size is 12,000 square feet. As I mentioned before, we've worked with the city of Middleton on the municipal water and sewer supply and how that's all going to function. The density, as Deb mentioned, we're under 2 units per acre. We're proposing 23% open space, which is just under 50 acres of open space. This is open space that's going to be majorly open to the public. We do have a clubhouse in the middle there that would be more for the community itself, but we have lots of amenities. So the clubhouse will have a pool, and in the clubhouse, then there's a top lot proposed. We've got park areas. We've got 2 ponds that we plan to keep and make that an amenity for the neighbors. We have ball fields proposed as well, so kids have an area that's flat and big. They can go play football or soccer or whatever they want to do. The interior pathways, we have over 2 miles of interior pathways that are not adjacent to a road. So not just our roads have sidewalks, yes, and detached pathways, but we have another 2 miles of pathways throughout the community to make this a really nice walking, ability to get out and stay within your community, not having to go to the foothills to hike or something. The other thing that I wanted to highlight is we're proposing 2 collectors that would connect Duff and Lansing. In this area, it's really congested. You've got Foothill and you've got Purple Sage. So with this, we're bringing collector-sized roads for what the city wants to call Willis Lane, which is right through the middle of the development. And then we're providing the south half of Meadow Park Boulevard on the north. Next slide. Our phasing plan, 13 phases, 30 to 60 lots. Phase 1 is in red. That's going to connect us to Duff, and that's also going to connect us up to Meadow Park for 2 points of entry to meet fire code. The reason we're starting on Duff is topography and services, right? Sewer flows downhill, that's the lowest point of the site. So we're coming up Duff with services and then bringing it to the east. Let's see, phase 1, I guess 13 phases, 7 to 10 years for full build out, 1 to 2 phases a year. It's kind of the intent. The improvements in phase 1 is a regional sewer lift station for City of Middleton. So this isn't designed to just serve our property, but to serve future development as well. The second is the light at Duff and 44 that has to be completed before we can be issued building permits. So to your question earlier about if the developer goes bankrupt, what happens? If the developer goes bankrupt and we can't sell those lots without building it. We're tied to building that before the lots are sellable. let's see. The other thing in phase one is the water booster station, so that will supply our water from just to the southwest of Duff there, up on the bluff. There's an existing water tank at the city of Middleton. We're planning to put a booster pump station there and pump to our first 3 phases. At phase 3, we will be providing a municipal well. The city of Middleton is planning to put a municipal well up on the bluff there of that area. They have asked for us to put that in our project. So whether we go through or not, somebody's going to put that municipal well in that area. In the future. Let's see, phase 10. Okay, so as we went through all of this, when we connect to Lansing on phase 10, that is when we'll be required to have the Lansing intersection signalized. The Duff intersection currently is failing. It's a LOS of F, and it has been for some time. I mean, we did the traffic impact study in 21, and it was failing then. I know it's still failing now. In this time frame, the city of Middleton and ITD had a disagreement, and Middleton canned the 44 bypass. You guys probably all remember that. With that, that sets back ITD from being able to do anything on 44 for the next 7 to 10 years. So they have to go all the way back through their environmental, they have to go all the way back through design and all of that. So before Duff gets fixed, it will be at least 10 years from today. This development wants to come in and fix that publicly this meeting now. Next slide, Deb. Landscaping. So this kind of just highlights, you can see the pathways that we're proposing along the ponds through the easements that we have. That like 45 angle there, that's the gas line easement. Some of the other open space through there is some irrigation easements and things like that. Centrally located on the site there is the clubhouse and pool. And that's kind of what I got. All the streets are lined nicely with trees. That's all, stuff that's above and beyond what's required. Let's see. Again, we have 2 miles of pathways, and the roadway system is a mix of attached and detached sidewalks. We've already talked about the amenities. Next slide, here's an elevation proposed for this development. These aren't just your typical box builder. These are semi-custom to custom homes type level. We're proposing these houses will not be 1,200 square feet. But I guess just to kind of get an idea, you've got nice patios, nice porches. They're not just like a box that's being stacked in there. They're well thought out homes that really fit the community, all the new subdivisions around.
So a couple quick comments. First of all, time is up, and I'm going to ask you how much more time you need. Second, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of people that want to object. I totally understand. Everyone's going to get a chance to speak, and I'm going to ask the applicant to show as much respect to you as you show to him. So please let him complete his presentation.
I got 5 more slides.
How much more time do you need?
5 minutes.
Is there a motion to provide more time? Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Neville.
I move to give Mr. Craddock 2 minutes additional time.
Is there a second? The motion by Commissioner Neville and second by Commissioner Sheetstoff, the applicant, another 2 minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion passes. You can ask more time after. Please.
Pre-annexation agreement with City of Middleton. We've kind of gone over that. Benefits are bringing city services to this project. The property will be annexed as soon as it's congruent and can be annexed. And developers agree to provide these significant improvements as stated. I think we've all gone over these things. Next slide. City of Middleton agreement would provide the city infrastructure for future growth of the city. It's a benefit to the county right now because we're below the density that would be if we went through the city application. And the other immediate impact is the signal at Duff. That will also help Lansing as far as traffic goes as well. And that will be, we're not waiting for 10 years to have that. We will have that soon. And that's all funded privately. That's just the next slide. Schools, that's been a hot topic. I'm going to let the attorney talk about the schools. He's been one of the discussions with a lot of that. Basically, the city when we went and met with the school district, they said you have $1,100 impact per lot. We said okay, we're gonna give you $1,500 impact per lot. That's $630,000. Somebody asked how much a school costs, it's 20 to 50 million, I Googled that real quick. That's 12% of 50 million. So we're not providing 12% of the students for an entire school. So I think this is above and beyond what any developer that I know has done in the past. Next one. That's just bus stop locations and coordinations. We haven't had that. I agree with what Deb had said. We're going to have stuff go through. We can figure that out at final design as far as where bus stops need to be. Next slide. The conclusion. This development is going to bring high-quality housing development to Canyon County and the city of Milton, with extensive roadway improvements, not just for our neighborhood, but for all of the area around. Extensive infrastructure improvements, and this development will offer a large amenity package to the surrounding area.
Great, thank you very much. Questions? Mr. Sheets.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. Thanks for the information there. But before we go any further, do you think you might be able to tell us who's on your team and what they might be answering questions about, so we don't pepper you with those kind of?
So I'm the engineer and the project manager, and then we have an attorney present as well as the owner.
Okay.
So the attorney that we wrote the letter today, the attorney that has been working on this side by side with me for the last 3 years, is ill today. But we're kind of doing our best to shuffle those questions as well as possible.
Okay.
I don't know how to better answer that for you.
All right, fair enough. So I'll just start asking questions and probably I'll have to defer it out to you guys. Anyway, why now? How are we doing this now? And the reason I say that is because we have record high mortgage interest rates. We have a housing market that's down. Why are we doing this now?
So we may be at record high interest, but we also are at record low lot backlog. Does that make sense? So over the course of last year, get up here and I do this quite a bit across the valley. Over the last year, I personally have seen a decline in the preliminary plat process. So there's a lot of land out there that has been final platted, but not a lot of land that's coming in as preliminary plat. So this is just starting that cycle again. And I think that you're going to see this continue to grow over the next year, just from what I've seen. It takes me 2 years to get in front of you, so what I'm seeing is what you're going to see in 2 years.
Okay. All right. And let's talk about your traffic impact study. Are you able to talk about that?
I hope so.
Okay, cool. All right, so we got traffic impact study. That's base data. I saw that it was put together on the 23rd, or November 2023. But the base data is from the 2021, and moreover, can I continue? All right. And moreover, it's using some COVID data as well as the impact timelines taken during school recess. And so when I see that we have traffic impact studies taking dates that are in June and July, it raises a red flag with me, because you have 9 other months that there are some pretty high trip generation, especially when it comes to school.
I agree with you. ITV agreed with you. Canyon Highway District agreed with you. That is why we had to go back through that process. That's why there's that delay. When we all sat down and looked at it together, the background data and the background growth that we incorporated into that study to begin with other proposed developments in the area, everybody had felt that those numbers were realistic.
So you don't think that the data is stale?
No.
Okay. All right. And so we're also talking about 13 phases.
Correct.
And so 7 to 10 years of construction.
Correct.
Would you like to be, never mind.
So traffic impact studies, we take traffic counts and then we have a growth factor that we apply. Those are all projections. And then also in that process, they say, hey, we've got this subdivision, we got this subdivision, we got this subdivision that are planning to come in. We need to take all of that into account. And so as we do that, we get all of that. All of those ones that we're taking into account that aren't built are on day one, right? And so they may not be built for 7 to 10 years as well, but we're taking that fluff factor into account as we start that process.
Gotcha. All right, so back to rephrasing my previous question. So when we're talking about 7 to 10 years of construction, what kind of noise and other sort of mitigation impacts have you considered for this? Because I can tell you, being next to a construction project for 7 to 10 years is gonna require some mitigation.
Sure.
What has your team thought about doing for that?
And I think that's part of why we've thought about, developing that, as congruent phases instead of spacing it out one phase a year. So you have this for 13 years. We've thought about, a lot of different ways to, make this as easy as possible for everybody. I mean, nobody likes construction, but, it also seems to be going on everywhere.
Fair enough, that's all I have right now.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner Neville. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Craddock, okay, I think I understand from something you said earlier, but you're representing the applicant, but there's another person that's the owner?
Yes, I signed the line that I'm the applicant for the owner so that I can present tonight. The owner is here and he's going to speak.
And he's going to speak. So should I ask questions about ag, like use of this land for agriculture to the owner?
Yeah, I would think, I can give my best shot, but you can follow up with that.
Okay, I'll ask you then. Okay, so right now the land is rented then, or is it farmed by the owner?
It is currently leased to farm.
Leased to some farmers, okay. So it's in production agriculture. Do you have any idea what's been raised?
I believe that the corn is on the eastern half and they rotate crops on the western half.
And any idea at all of the yields?
I do not.
Okay. This is, Soil Conservation District considers this, level 3 and 4 soils, okay, which are pretty good. We don't want to have any ones, a few twos in there. So pretty good. You got covets on it, and you've been raising production crop. How long? How long has this been in production?
Longer than
60 years.
No.
Longer than you know. Okay. Any idea, if we say no, any idea how many lots are available for split, usually the administrative lot split process?
I think there's 4 lots of the 8, or 4 splits, I think. I'm not 100% sure. I couldn't say that answer accurately.
Okay, so 4 lots versus 4 lots. So I'm gonna ask the same question that Commissioner Sheets asked, but I'm gonna ask from the agriculture point of view. Why now? We have 87% of the county that is currently on surveys saying to us, preserve ag land, preserve agricultural way of life. So what is the urgency to take this out of productive ag land and turn it into houses right now?
I think that to me, it's the fact that the city's growing in that direction. We're super close, and as that grows, we're not miles into the county, into the ag land. We've got on 4 sides of us, 5 sides, or that's kind of weird, 5 sides of us. We do have residential developments. There's several going on along Lansing. There's the ones on our north boundary. There's the stuff from the 70s and earlier on our south boundary. This area has been trending towards residential for a long time, and I feel like this is, as the city has annexed, this is naturally the next step for the city.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, let me ask one quick question. Sir, do you work for yourself or you're part of an engineering firm?
Part of an engineering firm.
And what firm is that?
Ardura.
Ardura, okay, thank you.
Formerly TO Engineers, which is what was submitted in here. Yes.
Got it, thank you. All right. Commissioner Williamson.
All right, Mr. Craddock, this is actually something that'll be directly to something that you wrote, or at least received an email from. It's Exhibit 21, the email to the pipeline.
Okay.
You basically just said, oh, we just need an acknowledgement as this isn't the final. Part of the reason why we're here is to make sure that this is ready for the final plat to the DOCC. So is there going to be any changes from the pipeline folks that would potentially change what we're seeing right now?
100% understand. They told me that they would not give me a letter of acceptance because it's not a final plat. This is a preliminary plat application.
So that was from them.
Via phone call. And so I just wrote back, hey, we just need something to say that you guys are looking at this application with us and you don't have anything that's a red flag in your application process or in our application process.
Because there's potential that if they have something that would be a red flag that would require me to change, that would get kicked back here.
100%.
Okay. Then this might have been a typo from the Star Fire Department, but maybe you will answer this as the engineer. They talk about using R2 setbacks instead of R1 setbacks. Since we're looking at an R1 rezone, I'm going to guess that's a typo. It should be R1 setbacks.
Correct. I think that goes back to Deb. What she said is we originally submitted this as R2. It was a suggestion by everybody to change this to R1 because we are not intending to do multifamily or anything more dense.
All right. And then I got another question, because there's actually, you made a comment about like the 420 versus 421. I noticed that in several spots. Your hillside development says 420 lots with 62 non-residential lots. Deb's report says 421 residential lots and 71 non-residential lots. ITD Exhibit 19 says it is 186.6 acres, 414 homes. So I'm seeing three different numbers.
That's
Can you
all
clarify
because,
that?
yes, that's all as we went through this process, all of that changes as people are requesting changes. The layout has tweaked slightly over that time frame, going through Canyon Highway District's approval process, going through the City of Middleton's approval process, all of those things. So those numbers are all roughly where we're at today. We're at 420 lots with 72 condominiums.
Okay. And then the Black Canyon Irrigation District, were you able to sit down with them and explain your proposed changes will work, or are you still planning on doing that?
I probably did more engineering on before we had a preliminary plot approval than on any project I've ever done with, as far as engineering for this particular town. Yes.
Because of the site plan?
Because of the site.
All right. I think that's what I have.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Matthews, going back to the gas pipeline thing, so you've got a 75-foot wide easement through there. It's 37.5 feet to each property line. You're going to build semi-custom homes on these lots that I assume are going to take up a fairly good portion of a lot. I don't know if you recall, but several years back, PG&E had an interstate gas pipeline that exploded down in, I believe it was San Bruno, and blew up a lot of homes. And
Sure. So as part of meeting with Williams Pipeline, they have certain requirements now because of incidents like that that have happened, that they have to upgrade those pipes based on development. So if you're through ag ground, they have a certain standard for the pipe, certain age the pipe can be, certain thickness the pipe can be, all of those things. And so as we've worked with them, it's kind of given them notice, hey, this is what's coming, and they're working on making sure that that's updated prior to us building those.
So how deep is the pipeline buried?
It varies across the site, but typically it's got 3 feet of cover.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, 6 feet of cover. Yeah, sorry, because you can't farm on 3 feet of cover.
Okay, other questions? Ladies and gentlemen. Other questions? Commissioner Villafan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Mr. Freilich, for the information, and I have to say, I do appreciate the thought of the $1,500 per lot. You know, at least you're thinking about that and you know, getting ahead of it in that aspect. But I wanted to ask in terms of like the city limits and just curious in your thought process as to why not wait to annex into the city and wait for the city to really get to where you're at? How was the game plan thought of to setting up this subdivision where it's at, and then the pre-annexation?
So initially, like I kind of stated in the beginning, we were planning to do, you know, like 1 acre lots, standard county subdivision, sewer well, or sewer, septic sewer and private wells. And as we've gone through that process, we realized that the needs of the community for transportation, for water, for fire suppression, for all of that, far outweighed what was feasible with a 1 acre lot system. And that's why we went back to the city and said, hey, we would like to do this so that we can help improve our community as well as move our project.
Other questions? Okay, thank you, sir. Who would you nominate to speak next?
Josh.
Thanks for joining us, sir.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
If you could please start with your name and address for the record. We'll start you off for 3 minutes.
Certainly. My name is Josh Leonard, with the law firm of Clark Wardle, 251 East Front Street, Suite 310 East. Excuse me, I represent the applicant, but I'm pinch hitting tonight. My partner is extremely ill. And about 4 o'clock, I started reviewing the materials. I've been cramming since then. Hopefully, I can answer as many questions as possible. We would ask though that if possible, and I think we're going to get there in terms of time anyway, that we postpone rebuttal to allow Heath to address anything or clean up anything.
We can pause the clock for a second. I guess it's our anticipation that this will likely stretch into a second hearing, so he's likely to have an opportunity to speak there.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
The first thing I want to address, and just really quickly, there were a couple of questions that came up. First, the why now? And I think it's a valid question. Recognizing interest rates, recognizing the market changes. We're obviously not in a position to sell lots now. And over the course of the next 10 years, 420 lots phase, it puts us between 30 and 50 lots a year on the market. The reason to do that is that we won't be able to sell the initial lots on this until a lot of the infrastructure's in. We're probably a year or so off. That's one of the reasons why we start the process now. And to speak to Commissioner Sheets' question about being next to construction, this property's big. It's 215 acres. When development's happening on one half of or one side of it in one phase, that'll be, for the most part, contained. There'll be some infrastructure follow through, but nobody will be next to construction for 10 years to where it impacts them. I also wanted to, Commissioner Filipano, if I pronounced that correctly, I apologize if I didn't. I wanted to answer your question, and you asked, why not wait to get into the city and then develop? And I'll tell you, once I explain some of the factors here, I don't think the neighbors want that. And the reason why I say that is currently we're allowed to have minimum lot sizes of 12,000 square feet. In the city, if we waited until annexation, that shrinks to 8,000 square feet. Minimum lot sizes. So a full third more lots could come in if waited until it within the city. I also wanted to, the main purpose for me being here is to talk about the schools, and Commissioner Filipano, I appreciate you recognize the voluntary contribution and mentioned that at least there's something there. As I want to be clear that this project isn't causing deficiencies. Deficiencies already exist in the area, and that this project it might be contributing, but those deficiencies already exist. Knowing that, though, this applicant, unlike applicants I've seen in the past or worked for in the past, worked for about a year with the school district to determine what the per student cost is, and then exceeded that in that contribution. And as Chairman Sturgill, as you mentioned, it could be used directly to capital for capital expenditures or for operating expenses. It's up to the school district. If I can ask for another minute.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. The school district also acknowledged in their letter and that they appreciated the additions to infrastructure, and in particular, making an unsafe intersection or a failing intersection safe, and doing that before development where you're saving lots of information. I also want to provide just a little bit of perspective on the applicant's willingness to pay $1,500, because when that was mentioned, I heard a lot of sarcastic oohs and ahs and groaning. The total amount is $630,000. The perspective I want to give is this. I don't know how many people are here, I didn't count, but let's just say that there are 100 people here. If there are 100 people here, that's $6,300 per person that's in attendance here today. It's not a little amount of money, it's a lot of money, and it's voluntary, it's not required. This project is entitled to approval without that contribution. One of the reasons that I say that is that because there's an existing deficiency, denial of a project because of that deficiency is a de facto, it's a moratorium on residential development. And what that does is it stops that 10-year window of lots moving through the process. Like I said, 30 to 50 a year in this case, and means that there won't be that availability in 10 years, especially if it's a widespread denial of applications like this. This application provides infrastructure. It offers, and not just transportation infrastructure, but several different types of infrastructure. And the city itself, because this is in the area of city impact, has indicated their willingness and interest in obtaining that infrastructure and in allowing this development for the city. And stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Chairman, Commissioner.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Leonard, so I want to stick with the school issue here for a while. Do you agree with Mr. Craddock that a new elementary school would cost about $20 million?
I'm sorry, what was the number?
About $20 million.
Oh, shoot, I think he said 50.
Said 20 to 50.
20 to 50.
Okay, I'm giving you a little pop there.
Sure, no,
So-
20 to 50, I think that's a fair ballpark.
Okay, so how many kids? I think I heard staff say that she thought that there might be 250, maybe more than that, possible students that would come out of this.
That's the calculation that the school district uses.
Right, okay. And how many, if you're talking about an elementary school, how many kids normally are in an elementary school?
Oh, my kids are 18 to 20.
No, mine are 40.
I apologize, I don't know how many kids are in that elementary school.
Okay, so I can't offer any testimony, but I was a school superintendent. Would you say that 600, 700, something like that would be all right for elementary school?
Sure, that sounds,
Okay, so the way I look at it, the way the school is probably, and the board is probably looking at it, but is unable to do anything about it, is you're going to, over a period of time, populate a half or maybe a third of an elementary school. So if they're looking at what do we need to come up with, what should the system, if new growth was really paying for itself, it should pay $10 million. That's it. Just in the school, forget the roads and everything else. So would you say that the school would probably ask for more if they could?
I'm sure that's the case. With that said, it's not the school's fault that they can't. It's frankly the legislative scheme that's been set up. All they can do is bond. And as was mentioned by staff earlier, I think the last 6 bond elections have failed. So I'm with you 100%.
Good, well, you just got to where I wanted to get, much faster than I wanted to get to. Okay, so we can't pass a bond. Why should we add to the problem?
No, you can pass a bond.
No, it's pretty hard to pass a bond.
It's hard. It's absolutely hard. But you can also change the way that the entire setup is the entire legislative setup is done, so that it doesn't require a bond to get there. I just think it's a bad system.
Okay, all right, I'll accept that. All right, thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, thank you for coming, Mr. Leonard. So we're talking, so we talked about the per student cost. What, is that per year? Is that per education?
That's a great question.
I don't know what that means.
And to be honest with you, like I said, 4 o'clock this afternoon, I need to back it. We'd have to ask, he's been in meetings with the school district, and especially with the city now for a couple of 3 years, as Zane said. I can tell you that was a number that was reached by the school district, and then we were given. So I don't even know if Heath would know what the components of that are.
Right, because I mean, I think about how long, I mean, you've got potentially 13 years of education.
Oh, yeah.
And so within that district.
I'd also.
At the most, or maybe even more if you're really.
The number that the school district provided wasn't 1,500. I think the number the school district provided was like 11.
Right.
So significantly less.
Right. And you're contributing more. Okay, gotcha. All right, so if you're looking to go into the city, just hypothetically, you discussed this, so you would go to have higher density.
I'm saying that would be the opportunity to go to higher density.
Would you take that opportunity?
I'm not.
Okay.
The
Fair enough.
developer's lawyer.
Fair enough. All right.
If I were the developer, absolutely, I'd take that opportunity.
Okay.
But I don't get the sense that this developer is after a cash grab. It's not the case. In fact, this developer's the opposite. He's proven it by 75 feet of easement across the more than 2 miles of pathways. None of that's required.
Okay. That helps. Other questions?
So I'm gonna ask for a little free legal advice. Occasionally, we get invited to meet with people, either when we're doing a comprehensive plan or community groups or whatever. And one of the general questions I get asked is, why are the existing residents of Canyon County paying for the infrastructure to support people that need it? And that's the context of this question. You said that halting development because of existing deficiencies is a de facto moratorium.
Existing school district deficiencies, correct?
Is a moratorium illegal?
There are ways to not make a moratorium illegal. In this instance, I believe it would be illegal. Since there's a, put me on the spot.
I don't know, I'm not an attorney.
Sure, I'll have to look at the statute and I'll get back to you and provide that, but there's a statute that requires, let me do it a different way. The Local Land Use Planning Act provides requirements for how we need, for what local jurisdictions, the city, the county, for what they're required to put in a comprehensive plan. They're not required to zone. Cities and counties aren't required to zone, but if they do, it has to have certain requirements. And if those requirements are met, then they're entitled to approval. And if they're not met, then they're not. If under the existing scenario, where there's an existing deficiency in schools, and it's not caused by the applicant, it wouldn't be appropriate or legal to say that the applicant then is not complying with the standards that are set for the applicant's approval.
That suggests to me that as soon as there's a school deficiency, for example, then we would be encouraged, forced to approve all the projects. If someone came in and proposed turning the entire county into residential.
Oh, no.
Okay, help me understand.
Sure, because the school infrastructure is just one of numerous types of infrastructure that we're talking about to meet the requirements. And in all of those other areas, whether it's extending sewer, whether it's extending the water system, it's the new well, the booster, the new lift station, any of that, those are to mitigate other deficiencies that would be caused by the development. Or that's the theory, right? That the development causes deficiencies, so the developer is required to mitigate them.
So is it your contention that we're only authorized to pause development when the specific development tips that infrastructure into deficiency?
Unless so it's happened previously, right? And it's been a couple of years now, I think, that there was a pause of development to catch up. I think it was House Bill 389 that posed some concerns, and it took us 6 months. There's a time frame for how long that can last. And there have to be very solid, legitimate legal reasons for that. But then beyond, I think it's a weird number. It's like 181 days is how long it can last. But beyond that, it then becomes illegal to just flat deny
based on that single criteria.
And also in the statute that discusses moratoriums. I just don't know the site right off the top of my head.
Fair enough, you give me a lot to work with, thank you.
That, no, that's right, okay. I was gonna, that just gave me another thought, but I don't need to go down that line.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Williamson.
Mr. Leonard, switching gears, and maybe I just now thought of this question, and maybe Mr. Craddock would be the better one to answer it, but if you can. We did talk about Duff and Lansing, and those are being required to be updated for road infrastructure, so this is kind of tying into infrastructure and such. But I do believe, in my understanding of the traffic impact study, are like Purple Sage and North Middleton Road, are those also supposed to be improved? Or is that more of a, money will be set aside for later dates because of impact?
That's a question for Mr. Craddock, or for somebody on the engineering team, and I apologize. I intentionally avoided the FIG TIS because I had a limited amount of time. So I focused another.
That's understandable. If there's another engineer that comes up who should answer that, that'd be great.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir, you've been very helpful.
Thank you.
Who are we nominating to speak next? Zach, I'll go. Okay.
I'm Todd Campbell, I'm the property owner.
You may
Just that.
You may actually be able to pull that out if you want to hold it.
2140 South Mallard Wing Way, Eagle, Idaho. Why now?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You've got a different address.
That's my business address.
Okay, can you repeat this one for me?
13864 West Meadowdale Street, Boise, 83713.
Perfect, thank you, please continue.
Why now? The project that you have, that you're seeing before you today is 3 years of meetings with IETD, Canyon County Highway District, Canyon County staff, City of Middleton, just about every entity that you guys have seen that have been presented today. And we've worked diligently and asked each one of these groups, what do you want? And this is what they want. This is, we put together a project that is able to improve the intersections, that is able to provide the easements, provide the roads, provide the mitigation of many, many things that we've been told and asked for. And we've tried to put that project together in a way that would be an asset to the community. As a developer in Middleton, actively developing around Middleton High School, there's a need now. You know, we say why now with record interest rates. Interest rates are at an 8-week low right now. We build 150 homes a year. We don't have any homes for sale. You know, they sell as fast as we build them, and there's more people that want them. And so the need is there. There's low inventory rates. There's the need for additional housing in the valley. And so over the 3-year period that we've worked with these agencies, this is what we put together, and it's not just what we wanted to do, it's what everybody's asked us to do. And we've said yes to probably 90% of the asks. We've said yes to those. And this is the project that helps get those done. So that's what I got.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Sheets.
Okay, thanks very much for coming out tonight, Will. So I know that there was a bunch of asks, and within those conditions, are there any of them that you'd like us to address or take away?
No, we're willing to do every single one of them, happily.
All right, but I mean, it's your chance.
This is what we're willing to do. We wouldn't keep it for you if we weren't willing to do it.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Neville.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Campbell, can you answer the questions I asked Mr. Craddock earlier about agriculture? So what's being raised on all of the different parts of it?
Yeah, there's a member of my team here, Dean, that works directly with the farmers and the leasing on that. It has been, from what I understand, corn primarily.
And fairly productive?
I don't know anything about the production of that.
Okay. I think I heard, I don't think that was from who I asked, I think I heard from the audience, but can you tell me how long it's been in agriculture?
I've owned the land 3.5 years.
3.5 years? Okay.
At least that long.
Do you agree, about how many lots could be split off and developed, without any approvals, admin, I don't know. Okay, thanks, sir.
Other questions? I'll ask you a hypothetical question. Is there a maximum rate at which we should allow development in the county? In other words, if everyone comes in and addresses every concern by the area of city impact and the county, should we draw a line, or should everyone that gets those check boxes checked be authorized?
Well, I think, we have comprehensive plans for a reason. We have city codes and county codes for a reason, and that's to provide direction to developers to be able to do exactly what we're doing. And those provide the answers, your staff provides the answers, and if we comply with everything, then yes, I think projects should be approved as they are presented.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Commissioner Dorsey?
So, there's a lot of like, not in my backyard, right? So, if there's like, hey, there's 420 new houses, the lot sizes are smaller. What's the opposite of that? I mean, you guys have put as many, homes and stuff in the area as you can. You're next to the city. What would be the opposite of that? Where would those other 420 lots be located in the county if this is not approved?
If this was not approved, I don't know. I don't own any other land in the county that's going to provide lots to this density. Prior to this application, we already had the overcrowded schools. We already had the failing intersections. We already had all of these issues that everybody here is going to bring up. We're doing everything we can to solve those issues.
I'm sure there's a couple people in the audience thinking about the rule of holes. But I understand exactly what you're saying. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, do you have anyone else that you wish to speak, or should I just go down the list at this point? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
He doesn't live in this neighborhood.
Dean Wade? You may wish to adjust that microphone.
He's 6'8". Everyone I was asking, he hates answering it, so. Dean Waite, 2154 East Timber Trail Street. I am an employee of the applicant, of the owner, and have a vested interest in this.
I'm sorry, I missed the city and then community.
And I also am a homeowner in the area, have been since 2006.
Where do you live?
Pardon me?
Sir, never said where you live.
2154 East Timber Trail Street, Cuna, Idaho, 83634. I am a homeowner in Milton.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I was at most of, if not all of the planning meetings with all these different agencies. Well, not all of them, saying did some of them without me, but so I might be able to answer a couple of questions. I'm probably not going to get specific enough about farming for you, but I'll answer as best as I can because I do work with farmers. I feel like Farmington Hills is providing many benefits to the community, and there's two that I want to specifically address. The schools, we know that the schools are an issue. We know that there's overcrowding, and I've met with Superintendent Gee twice, trying to find out how we can help with that. We know it's an issue. We support the bond efforts each time financially and otherwise, and we want to help with this. And that's why we came up with that number. That number, he said, is the cost to temporarily house students. So I think that's an infrastructure number, that $1,100 number. And we took that, put on 25%, a little bit more, 25%, and came up with the number we were willing to donate, because we know it's a problem and we want to support the resolution to that problem. The other thing that we're doing for the schools, and some people may not see this, but when we first met with the city and county, initially trying to decide what to do here, we found out that they really are pushing for a more east-west traffic corridor. They really want to take pressure off State Street and the other surrounding east-west corridors, and that's why the Willis Road collector, mile to mile, 1 mile of a collector road is a pretty significant build for one developer. And it does ease a lot of the east-west traffic going through this problem area, and it also helps the schools have better infrastructure for moving their students. The other issue that I think that we're providing great benefit to the community is the traffic and safety issue that we have currently. We've talked a little bit about it already. Duff and 44 and Lansing and 44 are both problems. I know two people that have had intersections or accidents at intersection, near life-ending accidents. There needs to be mitigation. And as Zane said, it will not happen publicly. It will for 10 years. It's just not going to happen for 10 years. We're providing a private solution to this current public problem. And it's significant. It needs to be considered. Yeah, I think those are the main points I wanted to make. If you want, Commissioner Neville, I can, so the farming question that you've been asking, I do not know the current productivity. I do know that we lease farm in several, lease ground in several areas, and I know that the rates that are paid by the farmers here are significantly lower than other rates. And when I asked them to catch up, because we took over this farmer, he was farming when we bought the property, and when I asked him to catch up to the other rates, he said it's financially not feasible to farm and to compete with or pay the rates that the other people are. And I think that a lot of it because of the topography of the land. It's really hilly and it's not very productive, at least that way. I can't speak to how much bushels per acre because I'm not a farmer, but that's the best way I can answer that. Any other questions?
Mr. Sheets. Hey, thanks a lot for coming tonight. So you brought up the school number. So that's the cost to house a student temporarily.
Yes.
Is that
Physical building.
right? So is that like per day, per year?
That's the infrastructure cost to build temporary infrastructure for a student. That's the per cost. That's
Okay.
cost per lot, not per student. Sorry.
Understood. All right, then, so so that's like the permanent structure? I mean, are we looking at like a 30-year structure? I mean, what are we talking? I have no clue what there's no time frame. I don't have a time frame for what that number goes into.
That number is the cost to build temporary building infrastructure.
Okay.
For temporary housing,
Right.
school, the relocatables, and so it is the number per lot to build temporary until we solve the existing problem that the law and the way we fund schools is through the bonding. We know that this is our support of the problem, so that's able to be solved.
Okay, I think I understand
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Neville.
So again, thanks, Mr. Chairman, I can't offer testimony, so I'm going to ask you, would you say that when you say the temporary, you're talking about modular?
Yes.
Okay, so when you're talking about a modular, you're talking about, would you say it's correct that you can buy a module for $100,000, you still got to set it up and bring in water and stuff like that? You should, otherwise you've got to run back the kids someplace else with the bathroom. But there's some, I think that's where this $1,100 that the superintendent came up with, is he's talking about very temporary. So, well, it's supposed to be temporary, although you'll find schools around the area that have them for years and years and years. But so you bring a module in, you set it up, do whatever infrastructure you need to do for that, and 20 kids, it's a classroom. Okay, so that's where you agree that that's where the $1,100 is.
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Williamson. Mr. Wade, because you mentioned the collector roads and the city wanting to, try and get more east-west corridors to alleviate Purple Sage and State Street. Do you have an idea of what these collector roads, what the speed limit would be for these collector roads? I don't go through Littleton a whole lot, but I know my understanding, like State Street and Purple Sage, they're 50 miles an hour. And this may not be your realm of expertise, but just thinking again, safety for everyone that would be going through there. Do you have an idea as to what the speed limit would be for these two new sections of collector road?
I do not know that number. I know that the speed limit is usually suggested and determined by the county and the jurisdiction.
Yeah, it'd be Highway District 4 would be, that's the
Yeah,
jurisdiction.
yeah.
So I don't know if you weren't in any of those meetings with them, if they might have said what it might be.
I vaguely remember some discussion about that, and the discussion being that when the speed limits are set by the existing conditions, like they measure traffic and they try to set the speed limit based on what traffic is flowing. I don't remember a specific number for Phyllis Road.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Mr. Roth. Thanks for your patience and joining us, sir. Can you start with your name and address, please?
Yeah, my name is Joe Roth. I live at 223 South Grand Dean, Eagle, Idaho. I have lived in the valley my entire life, and I can't imagine ever leaving. I've watched the growth and understand the draw to Idaho, which is just not going away. My main concern, and the reason I'm here today, is the safety of my family. Currently, I have a daughter that's scheduled to start driving in the spring. She attends White High School, and she's been driving in the area. I also have a son who I'm even more concerned about, and he's a few years behind her. And in my opinion, the proposed intersections on Highway 44 should already have traffic lights. They're dangerous. The fact that the developer is willing to install them years before ITD or the public can and will is the reason that I'm here this evening and in favor.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Livingston.
Just want to clarify, did you say that you live in Eagle or in Middleton?
Yeah. Yeah, so currently I live in Eagle. I just sold my house in the Star area last year, so I could still have a daughter in that school district.
Yeah, I was just trying to
Yes,
explain
yeah.
why
So
kids
currently
driving in the area, but you said Eagle address, all right. Thank
Right,
you.
yes.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Chase Rowley. Again, thanks for joining us, sir. If you start with your name and address.
Yeah, Chase Rowley, 1525 North C Street, Middleton, Idaho. And I would say the main reason why I'm in favor of this development is the willingness of Mr. Campbell to contribute to the safety of our roads. Back in 2020, my wife was driving on Highway 44, and a Jeep Cherokee, she was in a 2-ton Dodge Ram, T-boned her. Sent her into a roll, and she was ejected from the car. If you go through Middleton, our traffic problems are not due to overpopulation. It's because of the lack of infrastructure on Highway 44. And so to be able to contribute 2 traffic lights at, anywhere between $500,000 and $2 million per traffic light pro bono is just something that will greatly improve our community. Only by God's grace, my wife lived that day, and our 2 daughters. And so to be able to improve our infrastructure and to be able to contribute funds to our schools is why I'm in favor of this.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Becky, I think you may be last on our list here, unless I missed something.
I'm going to save time. I don't have anything to add.
Nothing to add?
Yeah.
Okay. Did I miss anyone that wished to testify in favor? Okay. So then, we've been going for about 2 hours. I'm going to suggest we take a short break and then come back. And I'd like to have a brief discussion with the commission about how long we'd like to go with testimony in opposition. Okay. So let's do 10 minutes. Thank you.
They go that long? Really? Good. Shit, just knock it all out in one day. Now it's 11:30. You're gonna deal with all this. We're gonna deal with this.
The best part is like solving the problem.
You were standing there. I just couldn't see
It's a state law that she died.
No, I'm trying to preserve her land that she has. Now I inherit it. Yeah. No, I'm paying for 10 to grab a guy to the God. You might call me out. Going after this. Yeah, this is Bill. But it did look weird that he got like, all right, I understand. So he has laws that if it's going through. Oh, if I wouldn't continue going through. Someone asked me who's here, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure
And there's been quite a bit of discussion about how we handle this moving forward. Real quick point, there was a question about speed limits, and I was told that Exhibit 18 has the speed limits in it for the relevant roads, so we'll address that. There's really two topics to cover here. The first is how we handle verbal testimony, all of you that would like to present and testify, and if we reopen public comment. Public comment is written testimony that's provided by the public. In terms of verbal testimony, what I think we're going to propose doing is, I'm going to swear in a small number of people, 10 or 12 people to start with. That'll probably take 45 minutes or an hour. Then those people know that they're going to testify this evening. I don't see any choice other than to continue this case to March 7th. Anyone that testifies this evening will not be permitted to testify again on March 7th, so it's one shot. I am going to, and once we get done with 10 or 12 people, if we're moving along swiftly and the commission wants to go further, we can swear in more people and keep going. The question of public comment is something that I'm going to ask the commission for their input on. Public comment closes before we have a hearing. If we continue the case to March 7th, there is the opportunity to open up for more public comment. What that basically means is the applicant or anyone else in the public can provide a letter, testimony, whatever. It would go to the county would compile it, would provide it to us, we would read it before the March 7th hearing. But that, I'm gonna ask the commission if they wish to reopen public comment. That would be the date for March 7th hearing, the date would be February 27th. And so what I would ask is, if you would like public comment to be reopened, all we would need is a motion to do so.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Williamson.
I guess the question I've got, just to clarify that, would we need to do that motion now or before we end the night?
I would suggest we do it now, and the reason is this. Once we swear in 10 or 12 people, we may find that some folks wish to go home, and it would be helpful for them to understand before they leave if they have the opportunity to provide a letter or additional testimony.
Makes sense, thank you.
The argument for opening public comment is people may have heard information either for or against the seeming that they would like to provide some evidence to rebut, reinforce, whatever. And again, that could go for the applicant or for people that are in opposition. Any thoughts?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Sheets.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate the discussion. In all fairness, I'm not that much in favor of reopening public comment for the reason is that we're prepared to handle this tonight based upon the information we have now. If there's additional information that comes about on
on or before March 7th, to be able to address that in any sort of verbal testimony.
Okay. If anyone feels differently, now is the chance to move for open public comment. Okay, let's keep going. So again, I'm going to read a list of names of people who signed in to testify this evening. And I will ask you to, first of all, revalidate that you wish to testify. And if you are, then stand and please remain standing. I'll swear you in. And again, I'm going to go through the names of people who, also those who indicated they do not wish to testify. Some people choose to change their mind. Vinnie Martin to not testify. Jennifer Martin to not testify. Teresa Denham to testify. Teresa? Yes. You wish to? Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'm going to make a note here so I get the right number of people. Antonio Conti to testify. Yes. Thank you, sir. Marty Denham to testify. Yes. Thank you, sir. Joseph Smith to testify.
Joseph had to go take care of his children, and when he heard that it was going to continue, he said he would come back.
We'll see you in March then. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Bob Ubry to testify.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Suzanne Ubry to testify. Thank you, ma'am. Kim Takagi. Takagi. Did I get that right? I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Jack Gibbons to testify. Yes. Thank you, sir. Jacqueline Takagi to not testify. Okay. Michael Wedman to testify.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go into my second sheet here. Noel Johansson did not indicate.
No,
Noel
are
here?
you going to? No, I don't.
Okay, no problem, thank you. Nancy Balboton Collins?
No.
No? Okay, thank you. Robert Collins did not indicate?
He's left.
He's left, okay. Rebecca Press to not testify.
No.
Troy Woodman to testify. Is Troy still here? Cheryl and Steve Kalange.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I couldn't tell if it was a P or a D. You do wish to testify.
Just Cheryl.
Just Cheryl, thank you. Vera Waite did not indicate. Vera here. Randy Waite to testify. Okay. Brett Cartier to testify.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you'll stand and remain standing, please. Everyone that's going to testify. So Brett is, oh, I'm sorry, got it, thank you.
Next.
Rocky Rin on Gale Lane. I know I butchered that. Linda Cavallo.
No.
Thank you. Philip Geltz to testify.
That's my husband, and he's not feeling well. He has to go out.
Okay, no problem. Maybe we'll see him in March.
Yes.
So let me read, get two more people to testify, and then we'll pause there. Victoria Woodward did not wish to testify, is that correct? John Rhodes to testify?
No.
Okay. Denke Rhodes to testify?
Denise, yes.
Denise, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Yeah, she's standing up. Lori Sybok to not testify. David Sybok to not testify. Teresa Teresh to testify.
She had to go.
She had to go, okay. Melissa Terry did not indicate. Okay. Jamie Sharp to testify?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You're our last winner. Okay, so for those of you, I'll swear you in a second. For those of you who still wish to testify and are here this evening, for our next hearing, we'll have sign-up sheets again. So sign up from scratch, go ahead and start, and please put the carrots in. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so a whole group of us in my little neighborhood area got together. There's about 13 of us. They asked me to be their spokesperson with the understanding that rather than each of us taking 3 minutes, we try to condense it to 10. Is that okay?
Yeah, so let me explain how we do that. So If you're representing additional people, tell us you're representing additional people. We typically start with 3 minutes. And then at that time you saw, we typically offer more time if it's appropriate. The challenge we get into is occasionally someone will say, I'm representing 30 people, but after the first 3 minutes, it becomes very repetitive.
Right.
So if you're providing good evidence and you're moving along swiftly, we will certainly grant more time.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. Okay, if all of you that are standing will please raise your right hands. Recognizing that the law of Idaho prohibits perjury, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. You're all welcome to take a seat, except for, let's start with Teresa Denham. You can see if I man of my word. Okay, again, we'll do this the same as what we did with the testimony in favor. If you will please start with your name and address, and then you will have 3 minutes, and you can ask for more time afterwards.
Okay, thank you. I'm Teresa Denham, located at 25381 Kimpton Drive in Middleton, Idaho, in the impact area. Smoke and mirrors. Simply put, this is not quite what it seems. The county asked for an agreement that the city would provide water and sewer. Instead, the county created a legal document which circumvents some of the laws of Idaho, the comprehensive plan, and the codified AOI agreement. The Spirit of Canyon County Comprehensive Plan, page 32, goal 1, policy 1, 5, 6, and 7 all pertain to the preservation of agriculture. The codified AOI agreement gives joint powers to Middleton and you. And on page 52, strategy 4, it says the city will research and adopt land management practices used in other rural communities to promote a good quality of life and maintain our small town character. It appears the city failed to meet their agreements with you. Instead, they researched and adopted practices from somewhere like Boise or Meridian. The AOI number 7 says, upon inconsistency of the text with the comprehensive plan, you are to look at the maps. The map from 7/18/2023 that was codified into the city or into the county shows the area as ag during that time, or ag RR. Page 32 of the comprehensive plan supports is supported to deny this subdivision by something called Howard versus Canyon County. Some of you may remember that one. It's where cumulative effect threatens the agricultural character of the county. The pre-annexation contract shows true intention of the subdivision. Page 2, the city says, we will annex. Once annexed, it says zoning designation shall be R3. That's on page 2. They said that at the meeting, it was not a land use application, so we could not have a public hearing at the city. They went ahead to say this sets the stage for further growth. Smoke and mirrors, bait and switch, whatever you want to call it. This is not transparent. It is the beginning of an R3 stretching into our agricultural lands. The actions that they took are out of compliance with the AOI and that agreement that they made. Please read it carefully. When I reviewed the agreement and our attorney reviewed it, we found that the actions occurred are not in accordance to Idaho Code 5222, 676504, 6509, 6511, 6512, 6516, 6525, and 6526. The County Code 9119, County Code 913, County Code 7109. In addition, the action fundamentally violates Article 12 of the Idaho Constitution. And in an Attorney General opinion, the OAG 95-1. May I please go forward?
Sure, how much more time?
Probably about twice what I just did. And it represents 6 people, or not 6, I'm sorry, 1, 2, 5, 6. I have 13 people.
You can use my time.
We just pause for a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Neville,
I move we give Ms. Denham 3 more minutes.
thank you. Is there a second? The motion by Commissioner Neville, second by Commissioner Sheets, offer another 3 minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Sorry to interrupt you. Please continue.
Thank you. 6516 says a variance shall not be considered on a special right or privilege may be granted upon showing undue hardship because of the characteristics of the site, and that the variance is not a conflict with public interest. There is no undue hardship. However, there is conflict with public interest, primarily pipeline safety and secondarily violating 676512 designated agricultural use in your comprehensive plan. This guy, the developer bought ag land. He had other aspirations for the land, and his due diligence failed to recognize the characteristics of the site. He wanted to make more of a profit. It's not your job or ours to make the builder whole when they make an investment mistake. There are legal paths for annexation and rezone within the city, county, state, LUPA. They all provide mandatory and exclusive procedures. This contract that they created actually created some of the land use changes. And page, I'm going to try to skip forward to keep my time. Section 7, or I'm sorry, in CC section 9991, annexation by the city of Middleton shall be limited to lands lying in the Middleton area of the city impact and being contiguous to the city of Middleton. This property is not contiguous to the city of Middleton. In 994A, it requires it be in compliance with the AOI approved map. That was the map codified 7/18/23. It is not. LUPA makes it clear how to move forward under Idaho Code 676509. They haven't followed this because of the pre-annexation agreement. Page 10 says, page 10, section 10, the city will enter into record within the county within 30 days of this preliminary plot. They have no jurisdiction to do so, you guys. It's under Article 12 of our Constitution. The contract on page 6 says we'll rezone off to R3 when annexed. And I'm looking for the other key point. They skipped many of the processes. I'm sorry, I had this all written out, and so I'm not finding. This DA doesn't provide water and sewer until the 4th section, or until the 4th. The DA also has a provision within the contract that when the city annexes, they will annex it to R3, and during that annexation, the builder, go look at the contract, the builder and the city of Middleton have a pre-agreed agreement for that. So the agreement under this DA have not met the requirements to be approved under the fact and conclusion of law. My question is, will you be complicit with the unlawful activity that the city has done with that pre-annexation agreement? Or will you stand with the county constituents and deny the application for annexation, deny this plat for non-conforming to the statute set forth with our county codes, our constitution, our state statutes, our county codes, and the codified agreements you have with the city of Middleton? Thank you.
That's very comprehensive. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, so Ms. Denham, you referenced R3 zoning.
Yes.
That must be, we don't have an R3 zone, so that's city of Middleton?
Yes, the city of Middleton says as soon as they annex, it will be an R3.
And can you define it for me?
R3?
Yeah, do you have any idea what it's?
R3 is 3, their densities in Middleton are a little bit different, but that can be lots as low as 8,000 square feet as far as I understand.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Williamson. Ms. Denham, I guess you were referencing a bunch of different comp plan codes and everything, and I just wanted to make sure, were you basing that off of the 2020 comp plan since this was filed under that, or the 2030 comp plan?
Yes, sir. I actually included both comp plans. If I look at the 2020 comp plan, it was agriculture and RR only. Okay, if you look at the current comp plan, it does say residential, but if you look in the charts, and I actually had a chart, but I'm not going to take time to show you guys. In the charts, every single one of those properties that's quote R1 is already developed, and it's developed at each dwelling site has 1 acre or more.
All right.
They the developer told you there were some that were half an acre. Those are not up on the bluff, those are not up in the section, up on the hill. They are down close to the city and close to the commercial corridor where it's appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you for your time, I appreciate it.
Appreciate you. Antonio?
I'm good.
For joining us, sir. If you can start with your name and address for the record, please. We'll also have the minutes.
Good evening, Antonio Posey, 965 Menlo Park Boulevard, in Milton. Thank you for your time, I appreciate it, it's late, everybody wants to go home. I sent you guys a letter, and I'm gonna just go through the highlights just to keep it short. I'm in opposition of this particular development, mostly because the way I see it is a blatant attempt to circumvent state law. State law doesn't allow city to annex land that is not contiguous to city limits. So what did they decide to do? Back in the day, we used to do flagpole annexations. Take 30 feet along the road and go in. Now those are illegal here in Idaho. So what did they do? They just run utilities up the road, get a pre-annexation agreement, which for the city is equivalent from annexation. So all they're doing is just circumventing state law. The other concern I have is Ms. Ruth mentioned that it's compatible with surrounding areas. The average width of a 1 acre lot is about 200 feet. One house every 200 feet. This development is going to be 4 houses every 200 feet. It's not the same thing. It's completely different. You drive through the road, you can tell the difference. The other part that I'm quite concerned about, we are talking about 320 lots going to Duff Lake and Meadow Park before they open to Lansing. Meadow Park cannot be widened. They do not have the right of way for it because the 80 acres to the north where I live, it's still ag and it's going to stay up for a while. So you're running 320 lots through Meadow Park, and there is no understanding on their plan on how they're going to manage that. The other part talks about city water and city sewer. If you look at the agreement, the city is looking at putting in a well, which is okay, I get it, but it's putting in 2 16-inch water lines. Now, a 16-inch water line, I said, by trade, I'm an engineer, land surveyor, and a banker, so I do this for you. But a 16-inch water line is a lot more than this development will ever need. So their goal is to backfeed the city or expand farther north, take more island avenues, which, if you look at the development around them, we're all R1 over an acre, so I'm not sure why that would go so high. Same thing with the lift station. They're putting the lift station size to accommodate a lot more development than this development itself. It's part of their agreement, which it just shows the city intention of keep growing north. One thing I think I thought was obvious that we mentioned today is we're going to be solving the state street congestion problem by creating an east-west line along a mile. It doesn't do much to anybody. The other thing that I noticed today is 6 people that spoke in favor, none of which are even here except for one. Okay, I'm more pro building, apartments downtown Eagle. Why not? I don't need that anymore. Again, thank you very much for your time. Much appreciated. Got more questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Commissioner Garza, please.
So with the lot size of 1 acre, you have an individual well and an individual septic. Are you more in favor of that?
I am. Anything else? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Marty Denham. Thank you, sir. Your address, please, and 3 minutes.
Marty Denham, 25381 Kempton Drive, Milton. First and foremost, I'm going to talk about water tonight, but I wanted to state my sincere objection to this contract. It says will annex, and then it says binding on successors and heirs. Okay, to me, it sounds like they just passed an annexation. Annexation under Title 50 requires an ordinance. An ordinance must be conspicuously posted and then post-posted in the journal, and it must be read on 3 different days before it can be voted on, and none of that occurred. So they just did an annexation with this agreement because it binds and ties the hands of all future city councilmen, and that is objectionable. Okay, that's actually profane. Tonight, I want to talk about water. I'm opposed to this subdivision. And by the way, this annexation agreement is a laundry list of gadgets and trinkets for the natives. They're gonna bring in all these wonderful things that people are excited about, like traffic lights and bike lanes and, oh my goodness, lift stations and a big community municipal well. And by the way, in order to get 12,000 acres, they have to connect to municipal water. And no, this is gonna create municipal water. Okay, that's the purpose of the well. I'm concerned about the depletion of our aquifer, and I'm concerned about the injustices of this contract by Middleton City Council. I've been studying papers and documents from the USGS, and I've spoken with Stephen Hunt, who is a federal hydrologist. Middleton is shooting itself in the foot at everyone's expense. The aquifer is in decline. I wish that I had known about the deadline to submit open things, because I have several graphs here if I could show one to you. But our aquifer is in decline. If you study the USGS type wells, it's steadily going down 10 feet or in that neighborhood, okay? So our aquifer is in decline, and yet we've approved about 8,000 more homes, 3,600 that were listed here tonight, but there's several more in the planning process. So we have 8,000 rooftops, which will double our town size, and so we will accelerate the decline of that aquifer. This contract wants to add 16-inch big bore well to, quote, solve city water problems. It adds more delivery from the same aquifer. It doesn't create more water. And I'm sorry, the idea that they're going to go deeper and pull from a deeper aquifer will not impact a higher aquifer is nonsense. It's inconsistent with the comp plan. The comp plan creates an AOI or an ag zone. This subdivision, well, we're not then and are not now a part of that plan. You have every right to reject this application. It is not consistent. There's an eye chart on the wall. Which of these subdivisions does not look like all the rest? Okay, this is stealth R3. Let's not kid ourselves, okay? This is not R1. If this was R1, this room would be empty.
Amen.
This will massively increase the decline of our aquifer, and it's not supported by the language or the drawings of the comprehensive plan. It is unjust to neighborhoods in the area. The vortex created by a big bore well will draw down the static matter near the well, and it will possibly dry up. Could I have one more minute, please?
Go quickly, thank you.
I will, thank you. It will possibly dry up the neighboring R1 rural wells, okay? And then there's the kicker for this contract. It wants to charge late fees and attachment fees for those people who have water to get it attached to this well and get that water. I can't think of anything more unjust than that. Late fees, are you serious? Jurisdiction. The city will now tax county property for their water. It's a form of taxation. It is unjust. Let me last 30 seconds. Myths propagated by the Middleton City Council. I stayed late. I spoke with the Middleton City Council people. First and foremost, there are no underground waters. There are no underground rivers. There are no underground lakes. And yet one of the city councilmen told me, we have to take the water. If we don't, Star will. Okay? That's not how it works. An aquifer is sand and gravel. And the water is held in the sand and gravel. And the flow rate is not fast enough for Star to take Middleton's water. So Middleton has the privilege and the right, I guess, to shoot itself in the foot and have too many rooftops, take too much water, draw down the aquifer, and put us all in a serious pickle. Thank you very much for your time. Do you have questions?
Thank you. Questions? Okay, one quick comment on submission of evidence.
Yes, sir.
Even if the commission does not reopen public comment, you can still provide written comment. What happens is it becomes a late exhibit and the Planning and Zoning Commission has to accept it. So my suggestion would be submit it to the county, put a title on it so it's very clear what it is, and then the commission will vote whether or not to submit it as evidence.
Thank you so much, sir. I will do that. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Joseph Smith?
Joseph had, he had to leave, he'll speak at the next
you in
hearing.
March. No problem. Bob Hughley? Name and address, please.
Hi, Bob Hughley. I live at Quail Haven at 24106 Major Court, which is right across the street from this monstrosity. Thank you guys for showing up, all my neighbors. Awesome. This late night especially. I thank you guys for listening to us. I hope it really goes to heart. You fully understand, let me talk about something. You fully understand the guidance given by the County Comprehensive Plan 2030 and 2020 regarding rezone. Terms such as protects the rural character, compatible with surrounding community, protect and enhance the rural landscape, consider site compatibility and characteristics, does not fragment existing land use patterns, just to name a few field ag document. You guys are well aware that they posted them all up there a little while ago. This thing violates 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 of them. Your duty is to protect the land, the people, and the way of life in Canyon County. The Farmington High Density Housing Project violates this guidance on every level and must be stopped. Farmington's impact on rural livability, traffic, schools, water, and waste cannot be denied or reasoned away with platitudes, promises, and trinkets to the natives. It will forever change the character of Canyon County and the greater Middleton uncultivated lands. You cannot disregard the impact on existing community to accommodate developers who do not have to live here or within the area of disaster they create. I urge each of you, take a drive out to Middleton. Some of you say you never, don't hardly ever go to Middleton. Take a drive out there, explore the neighborhoods, off Lansing, Quail Haven, Duff, Purple Sage, and see the high density housing and see if the high density housing is appropriate or in line with the county comprehensive plan. I think you'll find that it's not. Drive down Duff or Lansing during peak hours and attempt to make a left on SH 44. Good luck. And then consider this when you're making your decision of this absurd fiasco of annexation in Farmington. And I would also add, adding a traffic light on Lansing and Duff is not going to mitigate the traffic coming down those two streets. We're going to have long wait lines past the 10, 20 minutes we spend right now, waiting for those lights to cycle as 400 or 500 more cars are coming down Lansing every morning, or going up every evening. So that's BS, that whole thing. Light's gonna fix everything. This plan is not about protecting the community as it now is. There is no concern for the current residents or this comprehensive plan. It is about increasing revenue for the developer and expanding the tax base for the city of Middleton. Do the right thing and reject this land grab by the developer in the city. Protect Canyon County and your voting constituents. No to annexation and no to Farmington. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Suzanne?
Share.
You might want to pull that microphone. Please start with your name and address.
Suzanne Debris. I live at 24106 Painted Horse Court in Middleton, and I live in the Quail Haven subdivision. I want to say that this whole thing, I reference against CUP, is violating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll skip 7 and then 8. I live, the properties in the impact area are agriculture and 1+ acre rural properties. I will be, the outdated TIS data doesn't reflect our current reality, nor is it accurately reporting the current impact to the community safety and welfare. I'm referring, when I speak to this, to 2020 Comp Plan Policy 1 and 2. I will be referencing the 2030 Comp Plan Policy, page 40701, which discourages development incompatible with agriculture, and the 2020 Comp Plan Policy 1-2 focuses on community safety, welfare, and quality of life. I reviewed the PZ staff report, the 2021 TIS, and attached emails, and I spoke with IDT's representatives and reviewed their data information at the last week open house that they held. And what I found at first was an email in the 2021 states, the numbers submitted in the TIS were outdated. Please run the scenario again with the last 3-year data analysis. Well, I compared both TSA reports from 2021 and 2023 and could not find any changes to the data, including the 3% baseline growth rate assumptions, traffic data from back as far as 2016, and the lack of COVID traffic impact assumptions. It was not evident that any changes were made before both of those TSA reports were done in 21 and 23. You stole my thunder. 2, this is referring to 2030 Comp Plan P40701. Did it just rain?
No, sorry.
Okay, the PC current proposal of the Willis Road into Quail Haven is an example of the development incompatible to agriculture. Oh, I forgot this other part about IDT data. So I need to tell you this IDT data. They did their analysis on the last 3 years. It already shows that the Duff, SH44 and the Lansing SH44 are failing. Are they proposing the builders that they're gonna put in the permanent light signal or the temporary light signal? Because I'll tell you what, the price is a little different. That's a good question to ask, Board. So I'm not the only one here that's experiencing the increase in aggressive behavior and speeding in the Farmington impact area due to the current lack of infrastructure in place to control the traffic flow. They are going to exacerbate that situation. Okay, so my point 2, the PZ current proposal of the Willis Road into Quail Haven, where I live, is an example of a development incompatible to agriculture, rural living. PZ Exhibit 16 HD4 Board, page 2, on the road show Willis Road extending into Lansing Road and into Quail Haven. Okay, there's a plan there. Meadow Park Boulevard, I have a person that's working with me on this. Will you please stand behind me with your 3 minutes, Steve?
People,
Can I speak? Can I use
we
this
don't,
time?
we don't exchange time, so how much more time do you need?
I need probably, I'm in point 2 in my ending, so what, maybe 2 minutes?
Is there a motion for 2 more minutes? Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Williamson, I move to give her 2 minutes. Is there a second? So motion by Commissioner Williamson, second by Commissioner Neville, I'll approve this another 2 minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Sorry to interrupt you, please, keep going.
Meadow Park Boulevard will also extend into the Lansing Road and eventually Kingsbury. According to the City of Middleton Comprehensive Plan dated 11/15/23 on Transportation, Schools, and Recreation, page 139, Willis Road connects to I-84 all the way through to Lansing, and Meadow Park Boulevard connects to Old Highway 30 all the way to Kingsbury. They're building roadways to go all the way to Starve, okay? And extended heavy residential build. My point, these documents are showing the transportation plan designed completely the opposite of supporting agriculture and rural residential properties and living. The reckless abandon of the City of Middleton City Council planning and planning zoning approval is all headed right for high density development. It demonstrates an irresponsible, unethical, and invasive attack against the community's safety and welfare and quality of life. I ask you to please reassess the validity of the 2023 TIS and documents reference and stop this rezoning process until, and protect this community and all the concerns that are being presented tonight determine that the Farmington high-density housing development is not compatible in this area. This area has not been transitioning to suburban densities. It's ag and it's rural properties. Farmington development is incapable of agricultural and the focus on community safety, welfare, and the community of life we live. Please support us. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Any questions? I will state that this is not Middleton City Council, this is not Middleton Planning and Zoning, so the opinions here may not represent cities. I'll leave it at that. Tim Takagi?
Believe it or not, people have said that before. I'm right here. I'm right here, my mom's right here.
You gotta be at the left of that.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yeah. Point first and then we'll, I guess you point over and now we can.
Hi, everybody. Waking y'all up. Okay, so, fighting first.
Please, can you start with your name and address?
Okay, Kim Takagi, 24323 Duff Lane, Middleton, Idaho.
Thank you, go ahead.
So I'm right in front of phase 1. My mom's got 30 acres behind us. So we are right across from the land that you guys are talking about, like you're asking, how much is it output? How much is the output? That land puts out about 40 tons of hay in cutting. And then they do an undercrop and they have about 150,000 there, same year. So it's extremely fertile land, very, very good land, same as ours. We do the same thing, we got cows, we got hay. So I hate to see all these people moving in when we have cows and animals. It's just a really dangerous situation. Also, according to your Middleton 187 LLC prime farmlands, that land is actually prime farmland, and it's farmland of statewide importance if it's irrigated, which it is, which is just like ours is. And so that actually falls under the Federal Farm Protection Act because it is prime farmland and it is of statewide importance. So that's something that we need to protect. It's such good land. I just can't imagine if you guys would want to give up that kind of land. Okay, so I'm on DOT, and yeah, we talked about DOT's speed limits, right? I went to the commission before, in probably 2018, and said, could you please lower the speed limit between the two hills, because that's where I am, second hill, and then there's another rise here. So for my 2 parking spaces, I cannot see up that hill. And this hill, people are always going at least 60. They don't go 45 like it dropped down to when it's 50. They go 60. At night, they go 100. And during the morning, they're like this. That's what I hear. Just bam. I'm like, okay, because you know what happens when you hit a cow when you're going that fast? It's really horrible. And there's cows out all the time. I mean, it's rural land. I mean, it's rural. Everything out there is rural. So when Debbie's talking about there's people here, there's people there, I can't see that. All I can see is Bogus Basin. Beautiful. Like I can see the stars at night. There's not a whole lot of lights coming from the subdivision that's gonna ruin my view of this beautiful land. It's, to me, it's just, you're just killing land there. It's just sucking up agricultural land. It's beautiful land. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, thanks for your time, man.
Thank you, commissioners, for being here this late.
Jack Gibbons?
I've got nothing to add.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Sir. Michael Wedman?
Chairman, they need, the exhibits that they're going to speak to them need to be accepted, and we need to provide an exhibit number.
So let's pause for a second. So, if someone brings testimony in the form of a PowerPoint, we can look at it, but it doesn't go into the record until we admit it as evidence. So to the same extent, if we just look at this chart, but we don't enter it into evidence, does it need to be entered? Do we need to?
How will the minutes know what you're seeking to?
Well, if he reads the numbers off the bar chart, then we know, then he's described it, he's done it verbally. It's a discussion. So, before you get started, so as he goes through his evidence, if we want to submit this, this chart as a late exhibit, then we will need a motion to do so.
I was told I could bring 8 copies if you might.
We might take it. Can you describe what's in it?
This is a lot classification, and it's the staggering change and the reasons demographics which will occur in different conditions. And I've got stats and where my data sources came from and how I did it.
I don't mean to push you off, but I need a commissioner to move to accept it as a late exhibit. And the reason we typically don't do this is if we end up with 5 inches of late testimony, it becomes impossible for us to consider it. So
We have to stop.
we have to stop and look at it. So I will ask if there's a motion to accept this as late evidence right now. Okay, why don't you start with your testimony and they may change their mind.
So my name is Mike Wedman. I live at 24085 Passengers Court, which is in Quail-Hidden Way. I live right across Lansing. I got the top map from the assessor's website, and I took with the parcel boundaries of the tax parcels. So I went through, the reason I made that map is because all the maps that I saw didn't have the details of the subdivision inside. And when I did make the overlay, I was like, whoa. And what I did is I took what's called as the bluff, up on the bluff. I took the left is Milton, the right is Kingsbury, the top is Galloway, and the bottom is Willis. There's 6 sections in there, 27 through 29, and 32 through 34. That's 3,840 acres. So I went through with every one of those lots. If it's residential, I counted it. There's 570 residential lots with an average size of 3.52 acres. To not unduly skew the average lot size, I removed the 25 lots greater than 10 acres in size, and averaged the remaining. It comes to an average lot size in that 3,840 acres of 2.24 acres per lot. 421 homes with an average lot size of 0.294 acres will take close to 124 residential acres.
That represents 3.22% of that 3,840 acres. The lot's greater in size. The bottom graph, the graph on the bottom shows the gray is over an acre. That down there is 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, or 0.41. There's no lots whatsoever that are under 0.4 acres at all in that whole entire section. So right now, the lots that are over an acre represent 92.28% of all residential lots in the area. This will change to only representing approximately 53% of the lots of the whole area, 39.2% decline. The new 421 homes will represent 42.48% of all residential lots in that 3,840 acres. This is astonishing that houses in 3.2% of the land will represent that much. What's even more astonishing, you put the second one on top. What's more astonishing, the one on the left shows the lots over an acre before and the lots over an acre after. The one on the right is the demographic change. There's 0 lots that are less than 0.40 acres. There's going to be now, that's 0%. There's going to be 421 lots less than 0.4 acres. That is a demographic change of 42,100% in that category of lots less than 0.4. And I had to tell Excel a lie, because Excel won't divide by 0 because there's none now. And I had to tell it that there was 1 lot. So the numbers are accurate. There's a lot more information in my analysis, and I made copies if you want to see them. The subdivision does not match the surrounding area. In fact, it will change it like nothing ever before. Based on this alone, I urge you to not allow our area to be changed to the unbelievable extent I've shown you. With an average lot size of 2.24 acres, the zoning of RR is more appropriate.
Great, thank you. Thanks for bringing some facts. First of all, is there a motion to accept either the charts or this documentation?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Williamson.
I guess it's more of a question, maybe just to both the rest of the commissioners, but maybe that packet might be something to swing, maybe instead of doing a late exhibit, opening the ability for
Public comment.
For public comment, yeah.
You're a commissioner, you can make that motion anytime you choose. So let's finish with the witnesses. Are there any questions for the witness? Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Commissioner Sheets.
I would like to take a look at it, at least preliminarily, to see if I want to enter it into the record.
Can you give us 2 copies?
Yep. So to tell you, okay, I've got my sources.
I just need to look at it.
Okay.
I do not mean to put off the hard work that people do, but please understand the challenge we have with the level of evidence we get. So let's continue while they're scanning through that, just to keep things moving this evening. Who was next on our list? Troy Woodman? Is Troy here?
Sure.
Mr. Sheets.
Yeah, I've gone through this. I think that this is relevant information. And I need to admit, this packet has whatever X6 is and whatever this is.
59. I'll second that, Mr. Chairman. It's been motioned by Commissioner Sheets and seconded by Commissioner Williamson to accept this packet as late exhibit 59. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Sir, can we impose upon you for the other copies you got with you? We want all. I'm not going to pay you for the work. But thank you so much for preparing it.
So this last one is different. It's mine. It just had some samples of the map overlay. So this is a little different.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Nell.
So if we've accepted this, are we going to? We each have.
We'll give, I just gave you. So Deb will have a copy. We'll provide you.
Okay, so Deb has a copy.
Deb will provide you with the data. I didn't hear the exhibit. 59. Thank you. Did we get enough on that? Okay, let's keep going. So I don't think we have Troy here. Randy Wake. I wasn't taking good notes, so I may have missed some people. Brett Cartier. And Phil Geltz.
Brett's coming up.
Brett, okay, thank you. Thanks for joining us, sir. If you'll please start with your name and address.
Brett Cartier, address is 24607 Blaze Avenue, Cascade number 1, subdivision. I'm going to be on record as opposed to this development. In relation to public schools, this proposed development is inconsistent with Canyon County 2020 comp plan in the areas of main objective, page 11, paragraph 2, which states people moving into Canyon County expect to find suitable roads, emergency services, schools, and a variety of places to live, work, and recreate. Residents of the county desire to maintain a good quality of life and improve the efficiency of transportation, schools, businesses, and recreational services. It's also inconsistent with population, section 2, goal 1 and 3, schools, section 3, goal 3, and policy 2, 3, 4, and 9, as well as implementation actions. The county preliminary hearing materials contain 568 pages. 2 were associated with schools. That's it. The superintendent has offered to meet in person with Canyon County officials to discuss concerns and solutions. He's yet to been able to present. He was offered an option today apparently, but he's offered in the past and has not been able to present. Personally, I find this very troubling and a far cry from section 3, goal 3, which states, provide ongoing opportunity for school representatives to participate in the community planning process. Public records from Canyon County, City of Middleton, and Middleton School District documents several already approved subdivisions in the Middleton School District area of impact. 2020 comp plan, section 2, goal 1, states consider population growth trends when making land use decisions. Farmington Hills sits in the Mill Creek Elementary School zone, where I have 2 children. Mill Creek is currently at 118% capacity with 726 students. City of Middleton has already approved 861 single-family lots just in Mill Creek's school zone. According to Davis Demographics' latest student generation factor, those homes will produce 490 students district-wide, 188 to Mill Creek. Canyon County has 393 approved single-family lots in the Mill Creek zone, 224 students, 86 to Mill Creek. Farmington Hills, the largest proposed subdivision in the Mill Creek area, 421 proposed single-family lots will produce 240 students, 92 to Mill Creek. In 5 to 7 years, Mill Creek will be at 177%, 366 additional students, 10 additional new portables at a cost of $2.5 million. This is irresponsible development. A new school is far from being available. This is a serious problem at the fundamental stage of education. The Davis demographic study that the school district, 30 seconds, that the school district put together estimates 1,500 new homes district-wide in 10 years. Public records suggest 1,500 just in Mill Creek's area. With just the lots already approved in the district, every one of our schools will be over capacity when construction is complete. At the elementary school level, class sizes have doubled in just a few years. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that the middle school and high school will soon follow. Portable classrooms are a Band-Aid, not a solution, and create more problems than they solve. At Mill Creek, we are out of gym space, cafeteria space, hallways are crowded, and bathroom facilities are over capacity by plumbing code standards, just to name a few. Last year, the students did not have access to the library or music room because they were turned into classrooms. In closing, $1,500 per home offered seems to be a take it or leave it proposition and is an extreme lowball offer. For these reasons, I'm opposed to this rezone.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Williams.
Mr. Cartier, So you just said in your testimony that as of last year, there was no music or library space because that was converted into classroom space.
Correct.
Whereas we have a letter from the superintendent saying that it was like that way at one point in time, but is no longer.
It is no longer, they've moved them into portables.
Oh, okay. So as of the 23-24 school year, that's not.
They moved them into portables.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anything else? Thank you, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Dorsey.
So in your testimony, you spoke of the additional 366 students at Mill Creek, 10 portables. What was the price tag you put on them?
The portables are $250,000 a piece. That came from Mr. E. It's $125,000 per classroom to get 2 classrooms per portable.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I guess I do have a follow-up question, please. So, realizing that we're in the position that we're in, our schools are overcrowded, we can't drive down our roads, and that sort of stuff. What got us to this point, and what's gonna get us out of this, that you see?
What has got us to this point is overdevelopment and not letting infrastructure catch up. So it's gotten us to this point.
And overdevelopment is 2.2 acres per lot? That's the previous testimony, the average lot size is 2.24 acres.
Okay, I don't know what the previous part is, but what I'm saying is more people moving in, more houses being built, and the infrastructure, the schools have not been able to keep up or catch up, is what I'm saying. They haven't been able to catch up. We haven't been able to pass the bond. We need more schools.
I understand that. That's like, we have a developer here that's willing to put some money towards it. And we're already behind. So I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just asking you, if not, then what? If not this developer helping with schools, then what?
I thought we'd do less development.
Fair enough, but we still have overcrowded schools and overcrowded roads right now.
That's correct. But we can either keep going and put way more into it, or we can slow it down a little bit and put less into it. We still have the problem, but we're not gonna have 10 portables at the school. We have 6 right now. And a portable is just what it is. It's a temporary structure, just like they said earlier. My daughter, before I came here, was worried that they're gonna take away the jump gym.
There's some good things for portables too, but that's okay. But thank you. Isolation for one thing.
One final comment, as you acknowledged before, both the Middleton School District and Middleton was invited to speak this evening, or they could not make it. So you folks are all taxpayers. Get in touch with your representatives over in the city of Middleton. We would love to hear from you.
We're not city.
He told me personally that he'd offer.
We're county.
Months ago.
We're county.
We're county.
We're county.
I get that. The point is, we don't get a voice. If Mr. Gee got 30 phone calls inviting him to join us, we'd be delighted to see him. So maybe that would be encouraging.
What I'm telling you.
They're all welcome.
He offered months ago. It's not taken up on the offer.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
he will be taken up on that offer. Sorry, but that, we did take that offer seriously. We have to notice it on an agenda in order for him to come as if it's a workshop presentation to this commission. He was going to come and testify specific to your questions for tonight and ended up not being able to make it because of the closures of the schools and things. He was perfectly willing to show up, and he still is, and that offer is out there, but we have to agendize it on a meeting night.
So I'm gonna press that one step deeper. So I'm not talking about a workshop. We have a specific case relevant to the schools. My invitation is in either category. So can he not appear as a representative of the Middleton School District?
He could have come tonight to speak to this specifically. He intended to come tonight and speak to this specifically.
So do you think we might see him on Saturday?
Possibly. We can extend the invitation again. It was not because he did not intend to come. The schedule changed.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So we're completely open to their testimony. Thank you. Philip Geltz? Okay, is there anyone I swore in this evening that, in opposition, that has not testified?
Okay,
Sure.
my apologies.
Sharp.
I would like to give my time to Frank Baker, as he won't be here in March to speak, and wanted to tonight.
So why don't we bring him up to start right now, and that'll be our last two testimony, unless I get a direction from the commission. We're almost at midnight.
Can you gentlemen see this?
Yes, we can. Do we have to swear you in, though? Why don't you get in front of the microphone, please? Recognizing that the law of Idaho prohibits perjury, do you have your hand up? Thank you. Recognizing that the law of Idaho prohibits perjury, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Feel free to start with your name and address.
My name is Greg Baker. I'm gonna break things down. I live at 9863 Meadow Park Boulevard. Okay, good evening, Commissioners. I would like to talk about traffic in the Farmington Hills area. The road, which are in immediate area of this proposal development, are all farmland roads. Both Lansing and Duff have blind hills. Limited sight is posted at 35 miles an hour. Excuse me. On Duff Road, after the hill goes to 45. As you pass the location of the development, the road starts to ankle downward before it becomes to another hill. If you look at that picture, what it does is that you come down a hill, you pass the development, and then you start climbing a hill. What happens with this design is you lose sight of the vehicle. In the middle picture, you do not see the car at all. This is design of Duff, causes you to lose sight heading northbound Meadow Park Boulevard for about 3 to 4 seconds. You regain sight of the vehicle about 400 feet south of Meadow Park. Please note that the speed limit on Duff goes from 50 to 35 to 45 and back to 50. District 4 stated in the report, for Duff and Meadow Park, staff recommends cash deposit in lieu of improvements shown in 5-lane typical section. Exiting road grade makes it undesirable to widen at this time. How much cash deposit is our safety worth? In July of 2023, a concerned citizen complained to the Highway District 4 about ongoing problems with speeders on Lansing right by Foothill. The result was District 4 was shocking. Percentile speed was measured at 69 miles an hour. 85% of the drivers were exceeding the speed limit downhill. This is no area for high-density residential. In roughly a 7.2 square miles around this development, between current population and proposed developments on the books, you will have a 12 to 14% growth pattern in the next 10 years, not the 3% quoted in the TO report. In the TO traffic report, it shows a combination of morning and afternoon peak traffics to be 716. The United States Transportation Department, per mapping, shows the Treasure Valley at 5 to 6 trips a day per household. Using a 6x 425 homes, that's 2,526 trips every weekday out of the Farmington Hills. Let's talk about land use. All the surrounding properties adjacent will decrease in value. Per the 2020 comp plan, the residential designation is a zone specifically set aside for residential development. A minimum lot size is established in order to accommodate a septic system and a well on same parcel. Got your form paradise. Here's a photo, that one, of Quail Hollow, Todd Campbell's lot across the street from Farming Hills project. That is a 1-acre lot directly across the street. Why is there not a project like Quail Hollow going into Farmington Hills? With all this said, at the end of the day, this is Canyon County, which has control. We ask you to handle this like all the other developments in the rural part of the county. Leave it ag,
or go RR zone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, appreciate your time. And I'm sorry. Missed your name.
Jean Sharp.
This will be our last testimony on this case this evening. Good.
Okay. My name is Jane Sharp and I live at 9221 Willowview Drive. The plot that they're talking about going in the subdivision is right up Lansing from where I'm located. I really want to talk about our quality of life. I'm not as well spoken as a lot of my neighbors that have been up there, so I apologize for that. But I was born and raised in Idaho in this valley, and it is heartbreaking to see how much of our farmland has disappeared. It's something that you can't go back. You can't build all of it up and then go back and get it back. The quality of life, the country life that my husband and I have worked so hard for, it's going to greatly negatively affect that. We are very involved with our kids. We are involved in 4-H, a livestock club. We have animals that we raise on our property. And all of this, it affects that. We didn't move to Middleton and buy acreage out here to live in the city. I've lived in Meridian, that's basically where I grew up at. And I don't want any part of that. And I think most of my neighbors can agree, you know, and that's what it's turning into if this growth continues to be allowed to go through. The schools, I have 2 kids that go to Middleton schools. I've got a 13-year-old boy who is going to be driving soon, that's at the middle school, and I've got a 9-year-old daughter that goes to Mill Creek. I have felt the effects of the overcrowding schools greatly in the last couple of years. We actually sought out Middleton because it was a smaller school district. We liked the way things were. We liked the rural agricultural feel of it. All of the things that we decided to take our life and, you know, raise our kids up with are disappearing. And it's really disappointing. The module homes or the module classrooms, I have issues with those. I mean, they're a Band-Aid, number one, but I also wonder about the safety. Is it really safe for our students to be coming out of the buildings and going into these classrooms? We have a system in place where you have to check in at the front of the school and scan your license in. What kind of safety precautions are in place for these mobiles that are going in? I mean, seems like an easy target to me, and it's scary in today's day and age. I also have read some articles. I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you are familiar with the American Farmland Trust, but I've read some, some articles that have been put out. Canyon County is one of 5 major global seed producer regions in the world. We have, in the world, that's huge. We are selling that out to the highest bidder. I mean, look on your seal back there on the wall. There's ag on your seal. It's disappearing. It's going to be gone if we continue at the rate that we're going. Is that my time? Okay. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for being here.
Do you have any questions? Nope. Okay,
Thank you so much. Okay, so let's conclude with some thoughts here. Let me start by asking for a motion to continue to date certain March 7th. Sure. Commissioner Sheets.
Move that case. Number RZ 2021-0056 and SB 2021-0059. Continue this case to date certain on March 7th.
Thank you. The motion by Commissioner Sheets, second by Commissioner Williamson to continue this case to March 7th. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the motion passes.
Will we be on the top of the agenda on March 7th? Or?
I will talk to staff about that. My guess is going to be no. But we'll see what happens. But you bring up an interesting point, which is we'll see.
Can I buy you a soda?
We're resorting to bribery. So a quick reminder, I believe we're going to continue to try to use YouTube to broadcast the hearing. So certainly for those of you that have already testified, You may choose to sit home and watch this in the comfort of your easy chair with a cup of hot cocoa, rather than fighting your way in. Again, we will do testimony. Again, we're going to do testimony in favor to start with, and then we're going to do testimony in opposition again on the 7th. I'll neutral if someone chooses. My guess is it's going to run late, and depending upon how it's agendized, it could run quite late, and it may be a while before we get to this case. I don't know. We'll see how it lines up. If you have any questions before then, please contact Development Services staff. They'll answer any questions about how the hearing's going to be scheduled. Okay? And I want to thank all of you for being here, whether you're for or against the proposal. It means a lot to us that people are passionate enough about their community. Again, whether for or against these developments, to come out and share your time. It's truly wonderful. So thank you so much for being here. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got a little bit more work to do, so if I could just ask you to quietly file out so we can continue. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.